Carmen here.
Good late afternoon. The City Council will be meeting for closed session prior to the beginning of the regularly scheduled City Council meeting, and we'll have the City Clerk take the roll, please.
Councilwoman Basua will be arriving later this evening. Councilmember Lopez is absent for the moment. Councilman McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Here.
Councilmember Perello, absent for the moment. Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez joining us by phone.
I'm here.
Okay. And then Mayor Flynn.
Here.
And Mayor, we have a quorum, and the agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall kiosk on Thursday, February 6th, with an amendment posted Thursday, February 13th.
And I'll just say that Councilmember Lopez just arrived, so she's present.
And Councilmember Perello is 2 minutes and 30 seconds away.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 to confer with its attorneys. The title of the litigation being discussed is the State of California, Regents of the University of California versus Celco Partnership, DBA Verizon Wireless. The City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, based on existing facts and circumstances to decide whether to initiate litigation in one potential case. The City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to give instructions to its real property negotiators regarding item C3 of the meeting agenda. And Madam City Clerk, it does not appear that we have speaker cards. And with no speaker cards, the City Council will recess for closed session. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome to the regularly scheduled Oxnard City Council meeting. The council just emerged from closed session, and we'll have the city attorney make his announcements, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So in closed session on item C3, the real estate negotiations, council gave direction to the city's negotiator. On item number 1 on the closed session agenda, the city council, I'm sorry, that's the wrong wording. The city council, by a unanimous vote, with Councilwoman Basua being absent, has directed the city attorney to initiate an action. The action, the defendants and other particulars shall, once unsealed, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry, unless to do so would jeopardize the city's ability to effectuate service process on one or more unserved parties, or that to do so would jeopardize its ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations to its advantage. And on item C2, or I'm sorry, that was C2. And on item C1, the UC Regents case, by a unanimous vote, the City Council has accepted a proposal to settle the action entitled Regents of the University of California et al. Versus Cellco Partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless et al., which is a qui tam proceeding alleging wireless phone carriers have failed to meet contractual obligations under wireless service contracts with public agencies. And this settlement pertains to Verizon Wireless Corporation. Under the proposed settlement with Verizon, the city's allocation of settlement proceeds would be approximately $119,000. And that concludes the reports from closed session.
Thank you very much. And once again, the council just met in closed session. Those were the announcements out of closed session. And the date, again, is February 18th, 2020. And we do have Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez, who is at a teleconference location in Sacramento, California. So she'll be joining us. And we'll have the city clerk take the roll again, please.
Councilwoman Basua will be arriving later this evening. Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilman McDonald. Here. Councilmember Madrigal.
Here.
Councilmember Perrello. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Here.
Mayor Flynn.
Here.
Mayor, we have a quorum, and the agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall kiosk on Tuesday, February 6th, with an amendment posted on Thursday, February 13th.
Thank you very much. And as is the tradition here at the Oxnard City Council chambers, after we stand and we have a pledge to the nation, we also have a moment of silence. And so we'll ask everyone now to rise, please. Councilman Madrigal, can you lead us in the pledge, please?
Please put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
With the exception of the City Council, be seated, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have two ceremonial items this evening. And for those of you either here in the audience or elsewhere that are following the agenda, we're on page 2 of the agenda. And we just finished item D, the opening ceremonies. And now with item E, the ceremonial items. Number 1, subject, presentation of a resolution to Catherine G. Garcia for 22 years of exemplary service to the city of Oxnard. Let's give her a round of applause and have her come up here. So she's making her way up here, and she's all smiles. Looks like she's ready for a vacation. We want to ask her, the first question is where she's going. So before we start this, 22 years, how did you do it?
A lot of work, a lot of patience.
You heard it, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of work and a lot of patience. Let's give her another round of applause, can we please? Okay. So this is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard commending Catherine G. Garcia for 22 years of exemplary service to the City of Oxnard. Whereas Catherine G. Garcia began her career with the City of Oxnard Housing Department as an account clerk on February 18th, 1998, until her retirement on January 31st, 2020. Whereas throughout her career, Catherine G. Garcia assisted low-income families in the need of housing in the administration, housing choice voucher, and public housing divisions of the Housing Department. Whereas Catherine G. Garcia will be sorely missed in the Housing Department, but will continue to live in Oxnard with her husband Fred and their two sons, Andrew, Jeremy, and Mark Adam Garcia. Are they here? Why don't they stand, please? Let's give them a round of applause then, please. And now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Oxnard does hereby resolve to commend, recognize, and extend its gratitude to Catherine G. Garcia for 22 years of outstanding service to the city, and we extend our best wishes for a fun and fulfilling retirement with families and friends. Enough of this, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to find out where she's going. Where are you going on your first trip?
To Mexico.
Are you?
And then to Disneyland.
Mexico and Disneyland? And when will this trip to Mexico be approximately?
March.
In March?
7th.
The 7th. Okay, very good. I'll just make sure that my secretary blocks out that schedule, and I'll be accompanying you on that trip. Okay. Very good. So we want to thank you, and maybe you just want to say a few things, please.
Well, I want to thank everybody, especially I see some of my coworkers. I really want to thank them for coming, and my family, and thank you very much.
Very well. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations. So, subject number 2. This is a presentation of a commendation to the Oxnard PAL U14 girls soccer team for winning the CSL 2019 League Cup Tournament. Wow, girls, you guys are unbelievable. Let's give them a round of applause. Wow, this is unbelievable. And I could tell they're all smiling because not one of them has not done their homework. That's why they're smiling. So let's talk about this a little bit. So the City Council would like to congratulate the Oxnard PAL girls U14 soccer team for being undefeated and winning their second consecutive League Cup and becoming the first female Oxnard team to achieve this victory. Let's give them another. So most of the girls on this team have been playing together for over 7 years, and 8 of the girls were selected to the California South Olympic Development Program. 4 of those 8 competed in the Olympic Development Program West Regional Championships, in which Cal South was crowned champion over Arizona. That's another round of applause, please. And before the council members hand out your individual awards And after I made that comment about homework, not one of them is smiling now. I wonder why, but let's have the coach.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. I am Coach Juan. I am the loudest on the field, but also the proudest. I want to thank the parents because without them, this isn't possible. We all know that in youth sports, parents either break or make a team. And I'm lucky enough to say I have great parents that support their daughters to have a successful team. Right now, when the mayor said about homework, my girls have to maintain an A or a B average in order to play with me. They're 8th graders right now. They're going to be high school next year, and we're already looking at, what's next for them to prepare them for college. So yes, homework is very important. I want to thank my other coaches, Scott, Joe, our manager, Miguel, our coach, and Jesse, who's the director of PAL, and who helps us out with getting things done. This is our 4th time up here. I should say this is my 4th time up here. The first 3 times were my boys, who are also PAL. They've now graduated and gone on to school. This is my first time with my girls, but it's not the last. We're going to Mexico in July to participate in a tournament against academy teams in the city of Mexico. So we'll be back, and hopefully with one of those. But again, thank you for this recognition. I'm super proud of them, and hopefully City of Oxnard can continue supporting the sport of soccer because we have thousands and thousands of kids that love that sport. And a quick shout out, if I may. Pacifica High School just won quarterfinals, are on to the semis, and they'll play this weekend here in Oxnard, Pacifica High School.
So what we'd like to say, first and foremost, is to the girls here of this team that all too often, sometimes the attention and the focus is on those individuals, those younger people that aren't making correct decisions or they're not making wise decisions. But we've just heard it. You've heard it, ladies and gentlemen. They have to maintain an A and a B to play on the team. I think that's wonderful, Coach, that you have that requirement. And one thing we could say with certainty, these girls here are exemplary models of the youth of the city of Oxnard. This is what we want to focus on. We want to focus on these girls who are making good decisions. So girls, congratulations. Let's give them another round of applause, please. So we're going to take a quick picture, and considering the homework now that we know is done, it's going to be going back to All Smiles again. Oh, before we take the picture, let the council members give you your individual awards. So they're going to go ahead and start. Let me pass the microphone. Sorry about that.
All right, so congratulations, ladies. So I have a certificate for Valeria Lopez. Natalia Quesada. Janessa Gonzalez. Natalie Garcia. And Yanixa Leiva. Yes?
Thank you. The grade requirements, tremendous accomplishment. Thank you. Michelle Monroy. Ruby Steimer. Congratulations. Brianna Montes. Jasmine Aguilar.
And I have Elena Melgoza. Alyssa Rosales. Clarissa Melgoza. And Samantha Cruz.
I have Sydney Aguilera. Layla Stroder. Leslie Torres. Melanie Torres. And Jimena Tovar.
Okay, girls, now what we need to do is open them up and get them ready for the photograph. So, and then when you open them here, you open them and then fold this back and let them see the seal there. There we go. And we have the trophy. We have 3 trophies. Not one, ladies and gentlemen, 3 trophies. Are there moms and dads here? All right, let's give them a round of applause. So, moms and dads, you guys want to come up and take some pictures, right? So why don't we come up, you can come up here, let's have them take the pictures first, and then you can come up afterwards and take the pictures, okay? Why don't we do that? Okay, so let's get together. Everybody has to get really, really close, right? All right, so there we go. Councilman Madrigal is there. Coach, okay. Yep, okay, here we go. Chris has to. Chris, did you use my camera? Count on 3.
1, 2, 3, pow!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them another round of applause, please. All right, girls. Congratulations. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we want to congratulate the coach and the coaches and the parents, and also for our retiring employee, we forgot to adopt the resolution. Do we have a motion? All in favor? We have a second. All in favor? All opposed? All right. And that was Councilman McDonald that made the motion and seconded by Councilman Madrigal, please. So we'll just wait just a few seconds for the aisle to clear, please. Okay, those are 2 great, very uplifting items. Okay, so what we're going to do here, Madam City Clerk, is just make sure we have our speakers lined up. Okay, we have that. And we'll just see. Okay, so I see that now. Okay, at this time, the legislative body will consider public comments for a maximum of 30 minutes. A person may address the legislative body only on matters not appearing on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Speaker cards will not be accepted after the beginning of the general public comment period. Based on the number of speaker cards submitted, the presiding officer may impose time limits per speaker. Typically, speakers are limited to 3 minutes, but shorter times may be established as deemed necessary. A person not able to address the legislative body at this time because the 30 minutes expires may do so just prior to the adjournment of the meeting. The legislative body cannot enter into a detailed discussion or take any actions on any items presented during public comments at this time. Such items may only be referred to the city manager for administrative action or scheduled on a subsequent agenda for discussion. Persons wishing to speak on public hearing items should do so at the time of the hearing. So we'd like to just ask now any member of the public that has not yet filled out a speaker card to do so if you desire to speak on this item, which item F, public comments on non-agenda items. So only if you haven't filled out a card yet should you approach the city clerk. So with no future requests to speak, we will no longer accept requests to speak on this item. And now we will start with the very first speaker, P.W. Robinson, to be followed by Ray Blattel, please.
Thank you. Again, last time I was here, I promised I'd come back and talk about the Paradise Project this time, but the remarkable happened. I announced here that we have the highest homeless death rate in the nation. Among all the press here, nobody brought it up in 2 weeks. That's conspiracy. You understand that, right? All right, I appreciate you proving that for us. 4.91 is our homeless death rate here in Ventura County. 1.67 is what it is in San Francisco. 1.71 is what it is in Los Angeles County. When the Los Angeles Times noticed that their homeless death rate had ticked up enough, they did a front page story on it. And they're talking about a death rate that's a third of ours, a third. Now, is it not going to be reported again for another 2 weeks? I don't know. I guess I can come back there. But what happens is you start thinking about it, talking about 82 dead people out of 1,600 in this county. 82 deaths out of 1,600. That's so much higher than any other place I could find, and I looked, that it's worth mention, I think. Even news, maybe. Now, we have a full spectrum anti-homeless situation going on here. You have also the lowest number of sheltered homeless of any county I could find, and that ain't close. You're at 6%. 6%. It's remarkable. Remarkably low. Now, of course, to have a death rate like that and to keep it silent or keep it away from the public, you have to have a lot of people working on it, a lot of people involved that know about it. Now, police, unfortunately, have to be. Recently, a friend of mine was riding her bike. She was knocked off of it by a policeman, Bernardo. She couldn't get his badge number from him because he wouldn't give it. She had to go inside. He was pulling into the cop shop when he almost killed her. Now, yesterday, she was pulled over while walking and held there till Officer Bernardo could drive by and wave. That's Oxnard. That's real Oxnard, in case anybody wants to know. That's how it works here. Now, there's some numbers that we need to talk about. In the Vagrants article, VC Star again, $965,000 is what you said you needed to allocate for 5 months to get the shelter through the end of the year. $965,000 for 5 months of the shelter with 100 people. That's an example of graft and stealing if I've ever seen it. You can't, there's no way to spend that much money. Even if you tried and you cared, you couldn't. And then there's the $530,000 for the Plaza Park 42. Whatever happened to them? Wonder what happened to that money. We're going to ask these questions, and eventually we're going to push for answers. Next time I come back, I will be talking about the Paradise Project, I promise. I hope, unless I have to again announce these kinds of things so the news will pick up on it. That's all we ask. Report the news. That's news. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the very next speaker is Ray Blattell, to be followed by Steve Nash, please.
Good evening. Thank you. Mayor and council members, I listened to the city manager's presentation on Measure B, which was given at the 5 February County Supervisor Candidate Forum at the INCO meeting. One of the rebuttals to the arguments against Measure B was that the city manager and staff consider themselves professionals and therefore need not be included in the prohibition from accepting gifts from lobbyists or contractors. I would like to point out that being a self-proclaimed professional does not automatically make one immune to corruption. Please note that I am absolutely not proclaiming, inferring, or otherwise suggesting that our city manager and our staff are corrupt. What I am saying, however, is that there is no magic protective bubble surrounding any of these individuals. All we can rely on is personal integrity and honesty. But need we be reminded of the 2014 incident in Bell, California? It does and can happen. The trial judge proclaimed, "Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely." That being said, this particular Measure B element should have included all senior city leadership, department heads, division heads, etc. Without this inclusion, this element has minimal teeth. And regarding Measure B's requirement for transparency and the posting of financial data on the city's website, recall that I have been trying to get the city to publish for all taxpayers to see the true and accurate total cumulative cost for the 3-year recent agreements with the city's union and senior leadership. I have already met with the city's chief financial officer and a council member, and also offered to meet with the city manager to demonstrate the correct computations for these total 3-year cum costs. Not only did the city manager decline my offer, the city refuses to publish this accurate data. Measure B requires posting financial data, but says nothing about accuracy and the transparency of true cost data, which every taxpayer deserves. Consequently, these are just feel-good words to pacify the public and win undeserved confidence in government. Ladies and gentlemen, actions speak louder than words. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you very much. Steve Nash, to be followed by Casey Barker, please.
Good evening. California Resources Corporation is trying to buy 3 seats on the Ventura County Board of Supervisors by spending an unprecedented sum of almost $1 million. Their political action committee has resorted to the dirtiest of tactics to try to sully the reputations of Carmen Ramirez, who's running for the District 5, and Kim Maris Stevenson, who's the District 3 candidate. So why would they do this? CRC has nearly $5 billion worth of debt that's maturing by the end of 2022. Its credit rating is just steps above default. Quote, "The significant risk of this company is avoiding bankruptcy," end quote, said Paul Starkey, an oil and gas analyst. CRC and its subsidiaries operate more than 17,000 unplugged wells, either idle or active. So the simple answer is CRC wants to escape their billion-dollar liability to clean up and seal their non-productive wells. If you spend $1 million to save $1 billion, that makes business sense. What it doesn't make is sense for the taxpayers of Ventura County to accept this liability. By corrupting the local political process, CRC's billion-dollar liability becomes our billion-dollar liability, and they walk off scot-free. Thanks to a historically laughable Supreme Court decision called Citizens United, you may well hear absurd nonsense like corporations are people and that money is free speech. And corporations are not people, and money is not free speech. Common sense tells us this. We know this. This decision will be overturned at some point. So just say no to corporations trying to buy politicians who will unflinchingly do their dirty work at our expense. Vote for Ramirez and Stevenson and tell CRC to clean up their own mess and stop trying to corrupt local politics by flooding the airwaves and our mailboxes with lies, misinformation, and ridiculous assertions that insult our intelligence and our common sense. And I am opposed to political action committees of all stripes because they corrupt the democratic principle of one man, one vote. So I'm not just opposed to CRC and their political action committee, but union PACs and everything else. So please, do the right thing. Tell big money you have no place here in Ventura County. Thank you for your time and this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Casey Barker, to be followed by Pat Brown, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor and council members. A couple weeks ago, I read in the VC Star about a possible plan to raise property taxes around neighborhoods near the Centerpoint Mall to make a public square near there. And I just wanted to come here to make sure that you guys would proactively share information with the neighborhoods and make sure that we had input into that project and knew where our money was going and what the specific benefits would be to us. And that's all.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Pat Brown, to be followed by Al Velasquez, please.
I had the TV on, let's see, it was about 4 or 5 days ago, and all of a sudden in the news, and all of a sudden comes this really, really bad quality advertisement with this picture of Carmen, and it's all distorted and whatnot. It's a very quick ad. It's in and out in a flash. I was not expecting it. And since that time, I have seen similar ads against Carmen. And then I got to thinking, what's in it? What's in this? Whose money is this? Where is this coming from? This goes right in line with our Measure B. We don't want out-of-area people advertising against who we want in office. This is all wrong. And both of these people, Carmen and Stephanus, they would both be representing our area as well as some surrounding areas to us directly. What in the heck is going on here? I got to thinking. It's twisted information. It's not real. It's twisted altogether. It looks like it's amateur quality. It's big money going out of its way so that they can have oil drilling onshore, offshore. They can do whatever they want, and no one can do anything about it. Even the Board of Supervisors wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Don't you understand? We have a very serious situation here. And I want all of those at home and in our audience to, when they go home, say yes to Measure B. Yes to Measure B, because this will help to stop some of this. And we definitely want Carmen and Stephenson in there, and if they're not in there, we are in big trouble. I mean, the whole county is in big trouble, not just Oxnard, okay? So everybody has to do this, and they have to do it now, okay? Don't wait until the last minute, because then you'll forget. Do it now. When you get home tonight, mark up those ballots that you got in the mail and take them either to the city here upstairs in the office across the street from here, or you can take them up to the boxes up at the county center up there. They've got boxes outside that you can throw them in. Get it done now. Don't wait until the last minute. And these positions can go in with a very few good votes. So we got to have a big audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Al Velasquez, to be followed by Andy Devine. Or Devine. Sorry.
Good evening, Mayor, council member, staff. My name is Al Velasquez.
I've been here a lifetime, 75 years to be exact, born and raised here. But I'm here this evening to ask the voting public to join me in supporting and voting for Carmen Ramirez as our next supervisor for the 5th District. And I ask, please read her candidate statement on your sample ballot, and you will see. She clearly defines what her role will be as supervisor. Unlike the other candidate statements, she clearly defines what her role is. The others don't. She clearly states that her role will be as supervisor, she clearly defines what her role will be as supervisor. It states, number 1, county government is responsible for regional public safety, which includes law enforcement and fire service. Number 2, land use and traffic. Number 3, clean air and water. Number 4, health services. God knows we need it here in Oxnard and Ventura. Number 5, preparing and responding to disasters. Number 6, animal service and cooperating with other cities. Now, I didn't hear that at the forums that I attended. I saw the majority, I'll say in my opinion, the majority of the candidates running really had no idea what their job and fiduciary duties are as supervisors. And I personally don't want to see somebody else elected out of the clear blue with no skills, knowledge, or ability, basically knowledge what that role is. We had it here in Oxnard. We have it here in Oxnard. We have candidates that have no clue how the workings and mechanics of city government work. So, I won't mention names. Now, overall, over the years, Carmen and myself, on a number of occasions, have disagreed on a number of issues, but she has always been respectful and civil, unlike other council members. I don't have to mention names. People can just go watch the videos, and they'll know who I'm referring to. So, again, I ask the public, please join me in voting for Carmen Ramirez. I think she has firsthand knowledge what the city of Oxnard needs and what her role will be and how she can assist in making this city a better community. Again, please vote for Carmen Ramirez for 5th District. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, Andy Devine, to be followed by, sorry about that, and to be followed by Aaron Starr, please.
Yeah. Mine's actually a very minor issue that maybe the city council can address, do something about, and maybe not. I own a manufacturing company in Ventura, 37 employees, looking for a place to move. Unfortunately, we can't move to Oxnard. It's a very minor issue. It's you don't allow street parking in most industrial areas. And by not allowing it, if you've got a company like mine, 37 employees, in Ventura, Camarillo, I can buy a 10,000 square foot building, $1.5 million or so, and fit everyone with parking. In Oxnard, I have to buy a 20, 30,000 square foot building at $3 to $4 million, and pretty much just for parking. So maybe reconsider, and there's my business. The only reason I bring it to your attention because there's probably other businesses that look at, ooh, should I move to Oxnard? No, I can't get parking for my employees. Therefore, I have to look at Ventura or Camarillo. So it's kind of an unintended consequence of your parking policy. So maybe take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aaron Starr, to be followed by Alicia Purcell, please.
My comments are addressed to the public. Oxnard residents qualified a strong term limits measure for the ballot. But instead of placing your measure on the ballot for you to decide, Alex Newing had the council adopt the term limits measure 4 weeks ago so that you would unwittingly replace them with Measure B's looser term limits when you vote on March 3rd. To lure you into voting for Measure B, he included false promises of reform on topics the city's taxpayer-funded polling said voters would like to hear. Financial transparency, Measure B requires online posting of contracts requiring council approval. They're already posted online with the agendas. Measure B actually reduces transparency because it empowers the city attorney to remove them from public view. Measure B promises monthly online financial reports. State law already requires that a monthly report be filed with the council. The city refuses to publish them. Prohibiting gifts. Measure B claims to prohibit gifts from lobbyists. State law already prohibits most gifts totaling more than $500 in a year, and officials are already required to report on Form 700 gifts that exceed $50 in a year. Measure B applies to any gift from any person who knowingly attempted to influence any legislative or administrative act. That's any gift from any person. So if you ever speak at a council meeting, you are a lobbyist. If you ever complain to the mayor about city streets or ask them to fix the homeless problem, you are a lobbyist. Any neighborly act like offering a free car ride or inviting someone to a neighborhood barbecue, that's a gift. I'll tell you who this measure doesn't apply to. Alex Newing, the most powerful man at City Hall. He can approve any expenditure on his signature so long as it's less than $200,000. Campaign finance reform. Measure B claims to create local campaign finance reporting and contribution limits. Candidates are already legally required to file campaign finance reports with the city clerk. And 1 week before the council voted to place Measure B on the ballot, the governor signed AB 571 into law. So starting next year, every local office is already subject to contribution limits. Measure B is blatantly unconstitutional. It prohibits a candidate from contributing more than $500 to his own campaign, and it imposes contribution limits on ballot measure committees. Both provisions have previously been declared unconstitutional, and just this past November, the Supreme Court rejected a $500 limit as too low.
Ms. Purcell, please.
To continue on that same thought, Measure B is both unnecessary because of existing state law, and as it's written right now, it cannot survive a court challenge. In summary, it's a poorly drafted incumbent protection measure, and it's designed to extend the council terms and handcuff political challengers. And when you look in your voter guide, the very first sentence of the city's argument in favor of Measure B asks whether you are concerned about transparency, honesty, and fair play in government these days. Well, let's look at what happened. Mr. Newing and the City Council took an initiative signed by over 12,000 Oxnard residents asking for 8-year term limits, refused to put it on the ballot for a vote, and instead are trying to have Measure B quietly override it without the public being informed about the impact. The voter guide is now a lie, telling the public that it will impose term limits when it actually weakens them. Is that transparency? Is that honesty? You know, we know what the city manager's idea of fair play is, making sure he has the upper hand, make sure that he has the biggest microphone in the city. Measure B would put unconstitutional restraints on voluntary donations of his political opponents, while he freely spends hundreds of thousands of dollars of your tax money to campaign for his measure. I'm sure you've all received the same mailers that I did, paid for with tax money, not voluntarily donated funds. Mr. Newing is not filing campaign disclosure reports. He did not constrain himself to any sort of $500 limit like he wishes to impose on other people, and the City Council voted for this also. His idea of fair play is one-sided voter forums staged in City Council chambers promoting Measure B with our money and refusing to let the other side participate in the forum. So is that fair play? So maybe we should be concerned about transparency, honesty, and fair play in government these days, but Measure B is not the answer. Measure B is part of the problem. Measure B and the circumstances surrounding it are the opposite of transparency and honesty and fair play. So I urge the public to vote no on Measure B For more information, visit no on oxnardmeasureb.com. Sorry, that's no on oxnardmeasureb.com. And I'm going to point out a side effect that just showed up in my mailbox today. Here's a mailer. Some of the other speakers tonight were talking about the independent expenditures being made against Councilman Ramirez in a run for county supervisor. Well, you handcuff your own candidates from being able to fight back against big money, right? And the biggest money on Measure B is the city's own spending.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the speakers on items not on the agenda. And we'll now go to item G, which is the report of the city manager. Mr. Nguyen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't have any reports, but I'll take the opportunity to provide some accurate information about Measure B. So a couple of points. Number one, when I said that Measure B doesn't cover professional staff, it isn't for the sake of the fact that we're professional staff. It's because there are already rules in place. And here's the key distinction. If professional staff, any of us, violates these rules, we can get fired, including me. The council can fire me like that, like that. As we have seen in our country, it is very difficult to hold elected officials accountable if you don't have the rules in place. That's the main distinction. With regard to the campaign contribution limits, yes, the state passed AB, I believe it's 571, but the state did so for a couple of reasons. Based on its research, it determined that it was problematic that most cities in California don't have their own campaign contribution limits, and it found that to be a serious problem. So what it passed was basically a floor, right? It said, look, if you don't have your own limits, this is what you're going to have to comply with. Now, that's good, but the bad thing is they use their numbers, right? Their limits are for when you're running for statewide office. But AB 571 specifically stated that their bill, as it becomes law and becomes effective, does not preclude local jurisdictions from establishing their own campaign contribution limits. So there you go. That's what AB 571 is about. A couple other points. This ongoing thing about saying I'm the most powerful man in City Hall, what does that mean? Who's the most powerful police officer? Oh, it's the police chief. Okay. Who's the most powerful finance officer in the city? It's the CFO. Who's the most powerful person in Public Works? It's the Public Works Director. That's the way the organization is organized. It's called an org chart. So you might like to think that I have some evil powers, but I don't. And finally, this idea that I orchestrated the INCO session, if you know anything about this community, as I have learned, nobody controls the INCO except the INCO. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to council member comments, and we'll start with Councilman Madrigal, please.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming out this evening. Down in District 3, there is 3 neighborhood meetings this week. Wednesday, there is a meeting at Rose Park and West Village. Both of those meetings are at 7 o'clock. The Rose Park meeting is at Rose Avenue School in the cafeteria, and the West Village meeting is at the cafeteria at Brickey School. Saturday afternoon at 1 p.m., the Rio Lindo neighborhood will meet at the Rio Lindo Park. So please, if you live in those neighborhoods, please come out and see what's going on in your neighborhood. Next, previous soccer coach said about Pacifica High School reaching the semifinals. Actually, Channel Islands just reached the semifinals a few minutes ago as well. So both, we may have an all Oxnard final. Also, shout outs to the Oxnard High School boys basketball team and the Santa Clara girls soccer team, who are still in the playoffs. And lastly, please go out and vote on March 3rd. It's your duty as a citizen to go out and vote. Regardless of how you vote, please go and exercise your right to vote on Tuesday, March the 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you very much, and I want to thank everybody for indulging me and letting me attend this meeting by phone. I'm in Sacramento today as part of Southern California Association Government Annual Lobby Day, and today, this afternoon, I met with the staff of Cristina Garcia, who represents San Gabriel Valley and actually my old hometown, Pico Rivera, and we talked about what our city and other cities need in terms of help for housing and making things easier to build housing. Of course, we want to build it in the right areas, and also what we need to take care of our homeless population, including mental health services. So I really appreciate the opportunity to not miss a meeting. I have not missed a meeting since I've been on council, and we all know there's been a lot of meetings. I've been lucky I haven't had the emergencies and other obligations that my colleagues have had, so I do appreciate that. I do also want to say that last week I hope you can all hear me, can you? Yes. Okay. Last week I was elected chair of the Ventura County Animal Services Commission by the members there who are from other cities, and the county supervisor is also there. And it's important for our city to, our people, our residents to know that when we have animals that are turned in from Oxnard residents or picked up from Oxnard, we have to pay. We get the bill, and the bill is increasing. So it's very important for people to do their job that when they own an animal, to try to be responsible. Sometimes it's not possible, but our animal shelter folks have some methods for people to keep their animals if they can't. Sometimes they can't feed them. Sometimes they're being asked to leave their apartment because they can't pay the deposit. So there are some options for people, but we just know that when people turn in their animals, cats, dogs, rabbits, chickens, it does cost the city, and we need to be responsible about that. And finally, I want to just say something about Javier Montes, who was a great cultural, artistic, musical leader in Ventura County. He lives in Santa Paula, but many of us knew him. He passed away a couple of weeks ago, and it is in sorrow that we remember him, but have his beautiful art and music to remember him by. And I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councilman McDonald.
I don't have any particular report, but I just want to make comments. Somebody mentioned earlier about places to submit the vote-by-mail ballots in our city hall or anywhere else. You can also put them in the mailbox. The postage is prepaid by the County of Ventura, so it doesn't cost you anything to seal it up, sign it, and mail it back. And I would encourage everyone to make sure they vote. Thank you.
Very good. Councilman Perello.
I'd like to thank the people that attended today. This has to be said again. The coach that said he doesn't have players on that team unless they have an A or a B, that is a high threshold. When I played very poorly in sports, it was a C. I hope that we can have more coaches that get men, boys, women, girls to meet that same threshold. Very few of them are going to make a living in professional sports, but they will need the education, the every opportunity to achieve in school. Tremendous accolades for that coach. I'd like to thank the police department. Recently, they've gotten several guns off the streets. This is becoming an epidemic. We're finding people that have felony records, not supposed to have a gun. They have guns that are unregistered, stolen. They're on the streets, loaded with ammunition, and they run. The police, I believe, are showing great restraints in that people are not being hurt in these stops. I'd also like to reach out and thank the resident, don't know who it was, that called the police department about the theft out of Santa Clara Church. I received a lot of emails on that one. They want to know, how come a guy who could be arrested multiple times, and I believe the city is Moore Park, how does he end up in our city and what's going to happen to him? The revolving door scenario's got to stop. This weekend, Oxnard PD had a sobriety checkpoint. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had people to jump out in front of cars to tell people there's a checkpoint ahead. They're concerned about, they're going to check immigration, they're going to check that. If you've ever come upon a head-on collision that's attributed to a drunk who takes out a family, you'll never forget. And any cop, anybody that can stop a drunk on the road deserves tremendous accolades. Thank you, Oxnard Police Department. Had the opportunity to attend the Cabrillo Neighborhood Council. Had the opportunity to have attended an event at the Harrington School. I want to thank that teacher. That teacher has taken tremendous amounts of money out of her own pocket to furnish the school with books and other amenities in a brand new school, a school that went from portable to permanent, and there wasn't enough. That teacher deserves a lot of credit. Ladies and gentlemen, whether you got kids or not, if you can find a teacher that's interested and enthusiastic about her class, ask her if she needs some help. You'd be surprised how far $100 will go. Had the opportunity to attend the Senior Services Dance, the Senior Commission Dance this past weekend, Valentine's Day. The organization talked, and they talked about something called the Orcas. They are, for the most part, the one organization that I see that is willing to put their money where their mouth is. They have the potential for building a senior center. They're collecting funds, and I hope that you will take the opportunity to look into it. And last but not least, last week, 2 more members of the United States military were killed in action in Afghanistan. 2 Hispanic Americans. 2 guys, 28 years old, both sergeants. We seem to forget how quick we are mired down in a war, longer than anything else this country's been in, the number of people that we're losing, and we have leadership that is not doing anything about it.
Thank you very much. Council Member Lopez.
Thank you. I don't have anything in particular to report, but I would like to add on top of the March 3rd election that is coming up, I believe today's the deadline to register to vote. If you know anyone who isn't registered, I think the deadline is at midnight.
Yes, Councilman Perrello. Thank you very much, Councilmember Lopez.
I apologize. There is an event tomorrow night at the Rio Junior High School in River Park, 7 o'clock. It's been mentioned about District 3 and District 5. There is also another district in the Board of Supervisors that represents Oxnard, the north end of Oxnard. District 1 will have a candidate forum at 7 o'clock at the Junior High School in River Park tomorrow night.
Thank you very much. And just a very brief announcement. There is a job fair February 20th from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. And the location of the job fair is the Oxnard Housing Authority Multi-Service Center, and that's located at 1500 Camino del Sol in room 21. And these employers, Embassy Suites, the Boys and Girls Club, Gold's Gym, the United States Census, are the employers that will be present. And the reason, in addition just to this public announcement about the job fair, that's important is that we've had a specific focus with the nonprofit organization that's running the homeless shelter, and many of the outreach efforts that have been taking place throughout the city have also been focused on job placement for those who find themselves homeless and in some instances have lost their jobs and or have not been able to get rehired. And so there's a concerted effort on the part of the city of Oxnard, not just to help the homeless, but to help members of the community find a job. Once again, February 20th, 3 to 7, and it's located at the Oxnard Housing Authority Multi-Service Center, 1500 Camino del Sol, room 21. And if you would like more information, you could contact Rose Banuelos at area code 805-385-7574. Again, Rose Banuelos, 805-385-7574. And that concludes the council business. And now we will go to the information consent agenda, which is on page 3 under item K, and ask members of the city council if there are any items that they would like pulled for discussion. And we'll start actually with Mayor Pro Tem. Do you have any items that?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, very well. Very good. Let's see here. And any other members of the council? Yes, Councilman Perrello.
Number 4.
Item 4. Any other council members like items pulled? Councilman Perrello, item 4.
Number 1, I would like to thank the city and the public that's been involved in this for a long period of time. There's one specific paragraph that I want to read for all the public to hear this. I support this item. And it has to do with, we will be receiving questions from members of the public. You know, why did we do this? How did this guy get the job? Who knew who? Anything. On page 129 of the staff report, top paragraph, the lowest bidder, and then they name the company that got the bid. And I'll pass that. The lowest bidder and its bid is responsive to the city's NIFB. Following the determination, procurement staff reviewed all documentation received from Harbor Constructors Company and its subcontractors. Staff verified the possession of required currently valid licenses, reviewed the Federal Occupation Safety and Health Administration OSHA website for safety violations, and verified registration with the California Department of Industrial Relations. Staff has no reason at this time to believe that either the contractor or its subcontractor is not legally responsible, which means trustworthy and fit and capable to satisfy the completion of the project. Thus, staff recommends the City Council award the contract for this project to Harbor Contractors Company. Ladies and gentlemen, that's people putting their neck on the line, telling you what they did to award and how they made a determination. And that's a contractor signing on this thing, realizing what he's going to be held accountable. It requires the management to hold the staff accountable, and it requires the City Council to hold the management accountable. You have a council that is working for you, not just one specific district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just have comments on 2 of the items. The first is item K2, and that's the appointment of Councilmember Lopez to the Economic Development Collaborative of Ventura County. I want to congratulate her for not only requesting the assignment, but also, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem, for her service to the Economic Development Collaborative, and also being the most recent chairperson of that Economic Collaborative. So we want to thank Mayor Pro Tem, and we want to congratulate Councilmember Lopez for being appointed if the item is approved, which I don't have any reason to believe that it will not. And the last item I'd like to point out to the members of the council and to the public is item 4. And item 4 is the awarding of a contract to Harbor Constructors for pilaster jacket repairs at Mandalay Bay Seawalls project. So I want to thank many people that it's taken years and years to get to this point where the pilasters that are there at Mandalay Bay, these are more or less structures that support the foundations of both homes and seawalls, that they are now going to be repaired. And it's important to note that this is not coming out of the city's general fund. It's coming out of the Waterways Assessment District for completion of the project. But it's taken many years just to get to this point, and we're hoping now that through this item here this evening, which I have no reason to believe will not be approved, or I'm encouraging the council to approve it, that we're going to begin continue the necessary repairs on the seawalls at Mandalay Bay. We also want to thank those volunteers from a variety of entities, but specifically residents of Mandalay that have worked very well and have cooperated with the city on this item. So I have no further comments, and we'll just take a look very quickly at the request for speakers. And just updating it. Okay, so under the information consent agenda, right now we have 5 speaker requests. And we'll start with the very first speaker, Ray Blattell, to be followed by Debbie Mitchell, please.
Mayor and council members, thank you very much. This is for K10. The mayor, members of the city council and planning commission, the city manager, city attorney, the city treasurer, and all other city officials who manage public investments as defined in section 18700.3b of Title II of the California Code of Regulations are not subject to the city of Oxnard Conflict of Interest Code. Got to admit up front that I haven't read the Government Code Section 87-200, but this sounds strange to me, that you're not subject to the ethics, the Oxnard Conflict of Interest Code. Yet, I'll just pick one. The Measure O Citizen Oversight Committee is subject to disclosure category assignments 1 and 2, which I'll read. Category 1, all investments and business positions in business entities and sources of income, including gifts, loans, and travel payments from business entities that are located in, do business in, or own real property within the jurisdiction of the city. Category 2, all interest in real property which is located in whole or in part within or not more than 2 miles outside the jurisdiction of the city. Measure O Oversight Committee, these people have no teeth or power whatsoever. They have less teeth than a 3-month-old. They're just a sounding board for what the city has already decided to do with Measure O. I don't understand why they are subject to the ethics, the Conflict of Interest Code, and yet the senior people are not. Doesn't make sense to me. I find it strange. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, Debbie Mitchell, to be followed by Carol Taylor, please.
Debbie Mitchell, I just really want to thank staff for working with us and for acknowledging things that have gone on for so many years. And because this is something that was earmarked and it's not costing anything, I wanted to make sure to come and thank everyone for their hard work. So many complaints that I hear about things and about conflicts of interest and about the powerful city manager and corruption in our city. When I look at the timeline and I see the number of years that this project was put on hold and for the reasons it was put on hold, for never coming before City Council when a lot of work was done, this staff, this council has been responsive to listening to us, to looking at the documents, to paying attention to the needs, and to seeing that this was getting out of control year after year and growing into a bigger problem that is more impossible to fix. So I appreciate staff's work on this. I have cough drops for anyone that needs any. I feel that the relationship that the homeowners, that the residents, that the voters have with the city can be met through the process the city has laid out. And I'm very pleased to test that, argue, dispute, raise my hand when I think things are wrong, and I have never been treated disrespectfully, although I have been called out on being inaccurate. So I appreciate the honesty of the city, and I appreciate their openness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Carol Taylor, to be followed by Al Velasquez.
Good evening. I too would very much like to thank the City Manager, Public Works Director. It is, after years and years of delays, it is such a pleasure to deal with a group of professionals who are not afraid to do the work. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Al Velasquez, to be followed by Pat Brown, please.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, staff, Al Velasquez. I just have a couple of questions for clarifications. First of all, yeah, I'm in support of pilaster being repaired. As mentioned, they're way overdue. But I'm looking at the cost here, and you have initially, number one, appropriation for $634,000 for the seawall. Then you had number two, another $63,400 for the pilaster jack repairs. Now, that's equivalent to 10% of the 643. Then you go down to the item 3 on 4, on K4, and then you have another $63,400 for, again, for jack repairs. Then you go to item 4, and then you have another additional cost for $625,728. Now, are these, is a $63,400 twice, is that from the original $634,000 appropriation? And then you have the $625,728, an additional appropriation from the wastewater assessment district. So collecting all four combined come up to $1,386,000, and no, excuse me, $1,386,528. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, are these independent appropriations, or or the 63.4 twice coming out of the $634,000. I don't know if I lost you or not, but there's a lot of numbers in here. I'm just trying to get clarification on them.
Mr. Velasquez, we'll have a member of staff address your concerns. The last speaker, Pat Brown, please.
Yeah, first of all, I think in the last section that you forgot to give Oscar a chance to comment. The fact that there's 2 empty seats in between you and he, I think he's getting lost in the fog. Secondly, this issue number 3, Community Development Department, the Rio Urbana Development with 167 for-sale resident units within it. I went to that Planning Commission meeting on this subject, and I'm very concerned because I live in a mobile home park, and there were supposed to be plenty of guest parking spaces, and there's not. And the streets are fairly narrow. And if we have to get a fire engine through there, and there's cars already parked in the street where they're not supposed to park because they're guests and there's not enough guest parking, then the fire engine doesn't get through. It doesn't get through. And I have seen many times when the parking spaces have all been taken up, all the guest parking spaces are taken up, the residents have more than 2 cars per unit, and we end up with parking in the street within the park all the time, just jammed in there. And I'm sure that I'm not the only mobile home park that is having this problem here in Oxnard, because there's 20 mobile home parks here in Oxnard. I'm sure that many of the others are having the same problem. The fact that these were built, that the development was built in around 1960, and I'm sure that they never thought about families with families with families all in a 2-3 bedroom mobile home. I'm sure they never thought about that, but that's happening. It's happening. And I can see that they're not going to have 2 parking spaces per unit plus the guest parking, at least 1 per unit. If they don't, there's going to be a problem down the way. I may be dead by then if I live to be 100. I may be dead by the time they've got this problem, but they're going to have the problem. There is no question about it. Absolutely no question about it. You ask any mobile home park, all 20 of them here in Oxnard, and they all have the same problem. So this is going to be a real, real serious problem. I'm just warning you, and so when it happens, don't say I didn't tell you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the speakers.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Fisher, excuse me, yes.
I was going to ask, maybe our city manager, maybe our city attorney can discuss Form 700 and all the senior staff that's obligated to fill those forms out, that it's not a free ride not to report anything.
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilman McDonald, so regarding what the speaker, Mr. Blattel, said about the conflict of interest code and noting that certain positions were stated in the code as having the code not be applicable to them. That is because under the Political Reform Act, which is codified in the government code, there are certain listed positions in the statute. Those positions are known as statutory filers, those that are required by the Political Reform Act, just by the basis of their position, to file in accordance with the Political Reform Act, all of the financial disclosures. The Political Reform Act also requires all local agencies to adopt a local conflict of interest code. And the statute setting forth the requirements for the local conflicts of interest code states that it shall be applicable to certain positions that must be enumerated in the conflict of interest code that meet certain thresholds, and it specifically exempts those statutory filers. So you have two groups at issue here. So the Political Reform Act on its face addresses the requirements for statutory filers, and that can't be changed. That's a voter-adopted law, and the legislature in Sacramento can change it within certain parameters, but for the most part, it's set by how the voters adopted it. The local conflict of interest code is what is required of the city to account for everybody else that has job responsibilities, whether as employees or appointed officials of the city, that meet those thresholds that require disclosures. So it's a two-tiered process. You've got your statutory filers and what are known as the code filers. So tonight we're addressing the code filers. And I can explain it further to Mr. Blattel if he wants to learn more about it, but that's the system that we're working in, and our code has been reviewed every 2 years, and we try to keep it up to date with those positions that aren't statutory filers that need to meet the disclosure requirements.
So in other words, we're not exempt. I want to make a clarification. I know that on the issue of the harbor contract, and I know that our city engineer spoke to Mr. Velasquez, but just to be clear, it's actually, if you go into the actual staff report, it spells it out that the construction part of the contract is $634,000. There's an additional 10% for the contingency, which is the first $63,400, and another 10%, which is typical for engineering support services and costs, another $63,400. So the total cost is $760,800. So again, that's to add the 634 with the two 10% items, you get $760,800. The appropriation, the fourth item there that he asked about, the 625,728, that's just the bulk of where the fund's coming from. So that's the appropriation part. Thank you.
Move info consent.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, we have a motion by Councilman McDonald and a second by Councilman Perillo. The vote, please.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Aye.
Councilman McDonald.
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua.
I will abstain.
Councilmember Perillo. Mayor Flynn.
Aye.
The motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to page 5 of the agenda under reports, and it's item number 1, City Treasurer Department. And the subject, monthly investment report for the period ending December 31st, 2019. Yes, Mr. Molina.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, we want to present to the Council agenda the December 31st, 2019 Treasurer's Report. We are required by state law to get that out within the next month, which would have been January, and we did that by providing each one of you and the city management and the newspapers and the public that information that you're receiving today, because this was the first official council meeting we could bring it forward. So, is this the new? Okay, so the goal is to invest 100% of the available cash, and that's because particularly now with our interest rates at 1.9% on our 5-year investments, we have to try to get as much money as we can for every dollar we're holding. And we know that for normal operations, we need to retain $3 million in the bank account at any particular day. So when we look at the detail, we see that the city is investing, fortunately, at this time, 97% of our idle available cash. And that's because we have a very dedicated staff. We have Eden Alamari and Martha Guerra in particular that keep on me regularly as to the cash balances and what's happening with the investment. So they're very dedicated to make sure we're trying to generate as much money as we can to cover our costs and provide additional money for the city. You can see here the comparison between November 2019 and December 2019, the general fund amount, the successor agency account. And remember that we do not invest any of the money from the successor agency account, because whatever money we make, we have to turn it over to the state. But we do invest the general fund, the workers' comp account, and the parking citation. The total of all four of those is $15,841,000 for December. The amount that we're investing includes the general account, which we saw workers' comp parking, for a total of $6,127,527 that are idle and available for us to invest. The amount that we have invested is $245,085,037.60, and that's because it's a cumulative amount versus the bank statement amount, which you see up on top. So when we look at the total amount that's invested and we compare that to the total available cash, which would include the amount we have invested, we see that our efficiency level for December was 97.74%, and I can guarantee you very few other districts, counties, or cities have that level of efficiency on their investment. You really need to congratulate the people in the Treasurer's Department. So after assuring sufficient cash to cover our daily disbursements known as liquidity and investing as much as possible, we try to get the best rates on the market. So when we do that, we're looking at the cost of our investments, which we previously saw, $245,085,000. The par value of those were $245,110,000. And how did we do that? We did that by aggressively going against our brokers and telling them we're not going to pay 100% of that face value. We're going to pay 97, 98, 96%, and it's our good money, and if you want it, you let us buy it at a lower cost. When we do that, we're able to purchase the items for less than their face value at the time. Market value estimates are $245,026, and that's because of the inverted investment return, as we've seen, with a 1.9% for 5 years. Total earnings for the period, however, is still $386,695 for 1 month, okay? And that's earning an earned interest yield for the month of 2.021%. And we have to acknowledge that if we had to sell those investments today at the market value of $245,026,000, we would lose $58,437.60. Now, the reason that we do that is for full transparency, so everyone knows what's going on. And that's part of the reason why our standard, our policy says when we buy an investment, we buy it for maturity, until it matures. Now, we buy callables, and when we buy a callable investment, that is, the issuer can say, you know what, I want to buy back that investment earlier than its maturity. And that is happening again today, and it'll happen again tomorrow. We have, I think, $8 million being called on us early. So with that, I know you wanted a longer presentation. I was asked to do more entertainment, but I hope that that provides you with the information that's useful to you. We want to keep it brief, and wanted to make sure that if there's any questions, please ask.
Thank you very much. And what we'll do now is we do have one speaker card, Mr. Molina, and we'll go to that speaker now and then council member comments. Al Velasquez, please.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, Al Velasquez. I just have a question for our city treasurer, Mr. Molina. Based on the $245+ billion overall invested, or overall cash, my question for Mr. Molina and the staff is, does that include, how can I phrase this? Does that include all the unrestricted or cash reserves that are in the additional, I believe, 170 or 175 special funds, excluding the enterprise fund? Does that include all special funds, cash surplus reserves? Can you answer that? If not, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, rather, members of the council, Mr. Velasquez, yes, I think a couple of months ago we made a presentation with the CFO identifying that what we invest is all the cash from all of the funds. You remember that funnel where we had all the different cash funds on top? We were funneling all that cash into one account, and it's that pool, that's why they call it the pooled investment account, and it's because we pool all of our cash together. It's defined as the pooled cash investment fund, and because of that, we are obligated to do a report to you each month and quarterly. So yes, we do accumulate all the cash from all the funds. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Councilman Perillo.
Mr. Molina, thank you very much. I have a question. Number one, I want to thank you for the PowerPoint presentations. I mean, they much easier to read, larger, spread out. The numbers can be seen. I'm sure they can be seen on television better too. The second thing I would like to do is give credit where credit is due. You and your staff have done a tremendous job about generating money, and you've explained it very well, and I appreciate that. Please pass that on to your staff. And I know that you had tackled an issue in the past that was costing the city money, and I'm wondering if you can bring us up to speed on that. With respect to when individuals such as myself go in to pay your utility bills, we use a credit card, and the credit card charge is paid for by the city. Has it been resolved whether we can charge the credit card fee to the resident using the credit card? And how much money, because I know that you were adamant, and I got to compliment you. We tangle sometimes, but I compliment you on generating money. It goes to a good cause for the residents of Oxnard. Is there something that this council can do to help you get that money from the banks for our city versus the banks? Out of our pockets, out of our city pockets.
We were, about 6 months ago, we were in the process of working with Elevon I was pushing them as hard as I could to make them become our provider. And once that is accomplished, then the intent was to bring a resolution to council that would allow us to pass through those fees. But for the last 6 months, I've not been able to be directly involved in that process. I hope to be back in it soon because it's costing us $500,000 a year, and it's growing. Obviously, user fees are growing. They're not decreasing. So sooner I can get back onto that, sooner we'll get it done.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for that. If there is ability for the city management to put this on the Finance and Governance Committee, if we need to put it on there, because $500,000 here, $500,000 there, it could help. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions by any members of the council? Mayor Pro Tem, any questions?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Molina.
All right, and this item was that the city council receive and file the report, so no vote is required. And now we'll go to item 2 on the agenda, Cultural and Community Services Department. Subject, award agreement with Sterling Venue Ventures for the management and operations of the Oxnard Performing Arts and Convention Center. The recommendation is that the city council authorize the mayor to execute the facility management agreement between the city and Sterling Venue Ventures for, number 1, a 5-year agreement for the operation, maintenance, and management of the Oxnard Performing Arts and Convention Center Auditorium. Number 2, a 5-year agreement for the operation, maintenance, and management of the Oxnard Performing Arts and Convention Center meeting rooms in coordination with the Oxnard Performing Arts Nonprofit Corporation Board of Directors. And yes, Terrell Harrison will give the presentation, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Since the posting of this item, there was a revision to the second contract in Exhibit C, which the information has been provided to you, and there's copies up here. Before I begin, let me just tell you I'm really excited. I'm excited because this is my first full report to council as a director. The second thing that I'm really excited about is that my daughter, Violet, is here to watch me. And the third thing that I'm really excited about is this is a wonderful opportunity that I believe for the city of Oxnard to keep our PAC functioning. So thank you for this opportunity. On July 23rd, we started the RFP process. The selection committee interviewed 3 companies, and Venue Tech was actually chosen from those companies, and Venue Tech was a top-rated company. On November 12th, the staff gave an update to the Community Services Committee. Shortly thereafter, Venue Tech actually withdrew from the process, and we canceled the process, so we were essentially back to ground zero. Staff took the opportunity because during the RFP process, we were introduced to Sterling Venue Ventures, and we started talking to them. We are now proposing, after conversations, Sterling Venue Ventures as our vendor. Currently, Sterling Venue Ventures operates 8 venues, and you can see them there before you. And they also have 20 years of experience in the business and produce over 1,000 concerts and events a year. There before you tonight, you have 2 separate agreements, one for the auditorium and another for the meeting rooms. The Sterling staff will program and promote, and they will also coordinate the rooms with the PAC Nonprofit Board, because the PAC Nonprofit Board carries a history of Oxnard, and they know our community. The auditorium agreement, the highlights of that agreement is it's a 5-year lease. Every time Sterling Venue Ventures has an event inside the auditorium, the city will receive $2,750 per use. Also, we will receive 15% of the concessions, and the city will pay all utilities up to $121,800 a year. Now, where did we get that number from? That number is the last 3 years, all utilities, an average of that. The other highlight of that, and I think you'll notice that there will be a lot of activity in there. Well, what if the utility bills exceed that amount? Well, if it exceeds $1,221,800, Sterling must pay the difference of that. The PAC meeting rooms, the meeting rooms agreement is for also 5 years. Sterling will pay the city 15% of all rental fees. And just as a highlight, that's how they're coordinating with the PAC board. The PAC board will receive the other 50%. The 3 years of financial history of the PAC, you'll notice the subsidies and how much that we have been paying. You'll also notice that the $410 as well as the $80,000 combined, that's $490,000. That is the balance. That is what we allocated to the Performing Arts Center for the next 6 months. There is an adequate balance, remaining balance of that $490,000 to go ahead and pay for the utilities as well as the maintenance for the remaining of this fiscal year. This represents 52 events in the auditorium. In the contract, Sterling Venue Ventures says that they will, in a full year, they will have 52 events in the auditorium a year. Also, with the goal of having 104 events in the future. These are estimates of what we believe we would take in from the concessions as well as the projected rental rate, the 50% that we will receive. If you look in the first column, you'll notice that there is a net zero profit loss for the city. If they were to have 104 events like they are, their goal is, you'll notice that there is $118,500 in the replacement and restoration fund. That is our goal so that we can have and make improvements into the Performing Arts Center. So before I get into questions, what I would like to do is bring up Lance from Sterling Venue Ventures so he can say a couple words to you.
Hi, how are you? My name's Lance Sterling. I operate Sterling Venue Ventures with my wife, Karen. I was born near Woodstock, New York, and the sounds of music pretty much echo through my life. I'm a healthy skeptic of corporate America. I fight a company called AEG and Live Nation every day, and that's why the City of Oxnard is a great partner with us, because we can bring entertainment in there by banding it together with the other 8 locations I have around Southern California, which will enable us to carve out entertainment, because I believe that the City of Oxnard's been pretty much strangled not being able to get entertainment in that venue because of the consolidation of the entertainment industry. And I thank God every day that I'm in a position that I can invest my wife and I's money so that we can help our community out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there's any questions?
And what I'll do is I'll first go to the speakers. There are a number of speakers, so we'll call them up first, and then council members will also then have their round of questions and comments. So we'll go with the very first speaker, Ray Blattell, to be followed by Rebecca Rollins, please.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the city. I'm very pleased that the PAC's going to stay open. Good job. But I was just wondering why the agreement is not more like the agreement with AGC. Seems like AGC's got the sweetest deal I've ever seen. And but I'm still thankful that the PAC's going to stay open. A couple things on for Article 4. Paragraph 4.2, it does not explicitly state that the city shall pay SVV for the city use of the PAC auditorium, and it should state so. It doesn't mention that. Article 5, paragraph 5.1, for non-SVV events, i.e. the city usage, only cites the auditorium, but not the, but it should also cover the meeting rooms. It only says the auditorium. So also, I know that I think the agreement with AGC, the city agreed to pay the cost of transferring the liquor license over to AGC. Since the city is going to get some 15% of the concessions, I think it would behoove the city to help the SVV get a liquor license. I think it'd be good, and I'm glad SVV got it. And again, thank you, city, for keeping it open. Good job, Terrell.
Thank you very much. Rebecca Rollins, to be followed by Mike Doughty, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rebecca Rolling. I'm with New West Symphony, and I just wanted to remind you that every year we put on symphonic adventures concerts for students, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students here in Oxford, every single student. And since September, we have handed out this workbook in partnership with Carnegie Hall and provided training sessions for teachers to teach music in the school so that the kids can actually perform with our professional orchestra. And we're really hoping that we're able to put on these concerts Monday, March 16th. We have 3,000 students that are waiting and geared up to perform with musicians that come from Hollywood that have performed on some of the soundtracks for their favorite movies like Star Wars. And this is a great opportunity, and I know some of you have actually attended these Symphonic Adventures concerts in the past, and these kids who have been practicing all year, it's like a rock concert. These kids are screaming and cheering and singing and playing their recorders, and it's all for classical music. And you get to see the spark start in these kids' eyes when they experience music and they experience performing. And we really hope that we have the opportunity to present on these concerts on Monday, March 16th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mike Doughty, to be followed by Gary Blum, please.
Good evening. I am Mike Doughty, and I'm a member of the board of directors for the Oxnard PAC, and I'm pleased as punch that the, I don't want to say nightmare, it's the only word that comes to mind, is finally coming to an end and something is about to be signed. Despite the fact that the board will oversee operations under this agreement for the community center side of the PAC, I want to speak about what we can do for both it and the theater. A performing arts center needs an eclectic mix of programming to appeal to as many residents as possible, not just millennials or baby boomers. All manner of sectors of society need access to booking the theater at a reasonable rate, as well as being potential audience members of the whole gamut of programming that SVV will be offering. Our board is committed to speaking for the community at large to better guarantee diversity in public programming such as theatrical and musical theater productions, lectures, festivals, workshops, classes, summer camps, film festivals, and so much more. Unless the fee structure for both the theater and the community center is loosened up, hopefully in the near future, to include nonprofits and local usage, we will surely lose resident companies and events such as the remarkably successful Oh My Theater, Hip Hop Mindset, the New West Symphony, the Gem and Mineral Society, Ventura County Ballet, Premier Dance, McKinnon Dance, and the Vietnamese New Year. These organizations and countless others foster creativity in our young people and bring in cultural experiences that would otherwise not take root here in Oxnard. We have and will continue to seek grants to foster these programs, and the board is committed to raising the funds to assist these programs as well as a capital campaign. But we need assurances that the above can be met in addition to reopening the doors to quinceañeras and weddings in the ballrooms. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, Gary Blum, to be followed by Len Schulman, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. My name is Gary Blum. I am the current chairman of the Oxnard Performing Arts Center nonprofit operating company. I wanted to thank you in advance for selecting Lance Sterling of Sterling Venue Ventures as the auditorium operator and the partner to run the PAC. Lance has been consistent since day one of our meetings with him of the financial realities of running a 1,600-seat venue. Partnering with the experience of Sterling Venue Ventures will provide a powerhouse of entertainment options that the nonprofit could never achieve alone. That said, the community side of the venue and its potential to bring an even wider depth and degree of programming to the PAC is our goal, and we believe will be a win-win for our community. We do have some ideas moving forward from tonight that we have shared with city staff and have acknowledged we can address in the near future. First and foremost, we would like to ask for a cap on the $90,000 profit share that we will be doing, hopefully, once we negotiate with Lance on the community center side. This will incentivize us to do even better, to make sure that we can use revenues from that for public programming at the facility. We also will hopefully in the near future justify some flexibility on the rental rates, which were adopted by City Council in 2018. Even meetings with Lance, there seems to be a need for a little bit of adjustment to make sure we optimize profitability and also make sure we get the most amount of community event programming in there. Also, we have a need for an enhanced level of maintenance other than the facilities can provide. Currently, the existing proposal from city staff is that the facilities department of the city will be getting a certain amount of funding to maintain the site. I have a really big concern because most of you know, hey, Gary puts on the Salsa Festival, Christmas Parade, and a variety of other community events. But you know what? The real job I have is I maintain Heritage Square for the Heritage Square Property Owners Association. And it's the day-to-day operations of making sure light bulbs are changed, fixtures are repaired, or being proactive in maintenance of things so that you don't have exorbitant expenses later is a really critical element. And for the 20-some years I've been on the board, I have seen these reports from our maintenance staff about how to operate the PAC. And I really feel strongly that the $120,000 that's being set aside for facilities to maintain the PAC would be more efficiently operated if we could do some kind of a partnership with a nonprofit potentially even Sterling Ventures, in helping maintain the facility. Our current staff person, Victor Rasmussen, has been there for years and knows the place inside and out. It's a very different venue. It's not just a community meeting room. It's not just a city warehouse. It's a facility that has numerous requirements for safety and that make sure it runs efficiently for the hundreds and hundreds of events that happen there. So I really hope that city staff can revisit this point and address that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Len Schulman, to be followed by Stephanie Higawara.
I'm Len Schulman. I'm a member of the Board of Directors for the Performing Arts Center. I really don't have much to add to what the last two speakers had said because they've pretty well covered the grounds. However, I must say that I'm really, really pleased that we have finally come to an agreement and that something will be done. I'm looking very much forward to the future of the PAC. We, the Volunteer Performing Arts Center Board, have worked very hard since the plan to close the place down came up in the summer. And I thank Lance Sterling for coming forward on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, Stephanie Hajiwara, to be followed by Pat Brown, please.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Hagiwara, the president of the Oxnard Gem and Mineral Society. We are a sponsor of the PAC, meaning our commitment to hold our meetings and events of the PAC, help get it open. We have kept our commitment for over 50 years, and I am just thrilled to death that Sterling Ventures have come to the PAC to keep it open. I was thrilled until I read the proposed rates, and I realized the flat rate we pay is now the hourly rate. I could go for more than 3 minutes about the rates for the Oxnard and Ventura room. I talked to people about the insurance requirements. It's not doubled or tripled. It's like $6 million. I told people about that, and they said, where is this venue? What kind of neighborhood? What kind of events that would require such a high insurance rate? And I said, well, they're just trying to save and cover because the city does not have any money at all. And they said, you need to move, which is sad because the PAC was created to hold affordable rates for people to have meetings and to hold their events, and that it will no longer be possible. On a different note, the back parking loading lock, we have some of our vendors refuse to come to our show specifically because of that, so your maintenance rates may also be unrealistic. Please save the PAC for future generations of our community to hold their events and to create our memories at the venue our community works so hard to open. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, Pat Brown, to be followed by Al Velasquez.
I am thrilled. I am excited. I think this is going to be great. As long as the nonprofit that's been keeping this thing going, as long as they're allowed to continue and take an active part, I think this is a win-win for everybody. I ask one thing. Years ago, we used to have a typed up list on paper, on one sheet, every month of all of the events that were going to be happening at the PAC, and if they were for the public or they were private, and if they were for the public, how much they were, and who to contact, how to get tickets, and all that sort of thing. And I used to pick up one of these every month. And so it went in my monthly news magazine of 20 pages that I do for the mobile home park every month. And so they were all excited about it because they had choices, lots and lots of choices of things to do at the PAC. But in recent years, I would say in the last, say 10 years or so, there hasn't been anything, nothing. And I'm wondering, how is it that people find out? Unless they have internet, they won't find out anything. Why can't we go back and have a one sheet every month with a schedule of everything that's going on at the PAC, whether it's private or for the public? And if so, how much is it? If you got to get tickets, what the deadline is for the tickets, etc. It's very, very simple. I would like one copy, And with that one copy, I will publish it in my news magazine, in my 20-page news magazine every month. That way, everybody will have it. Plus, if I have that one copy, I will print up some copies for all the neighborhood people that I have, the apartment buildings and the condominiums and such. And everybody who wants a copy can have one in my neighborhood. All I need is it on one sheet of paper. Could be both sides if you got too much and you can't fill it, you can't use just one sheet, one side. Give me two sides. That's fine. 2 sheets of paper. That's great. I only need them by the 13th of the month. That's my deadline in order to get the printout all published and ready to go with the color cover by the 1st of the month. That's what I need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Al Velasquez, to be followed by Jack Villa, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, council member, staff, Al Velasquez. First of all, I didn't come here to speak on this topic here tonight, but I just have to, and I'll tell you why. I have firsthand knowledge of what this man can do. First of all, I attended one of the PAC board meetings, and it clearly demonstrated that they were unable to make that PAC be profitable. They failed. That's a given. I have been to this gentleman's venues, Agora, Santa Clarita, Pasadena, Montclair. My sons have performed. I just never met this gentleman. It's an incredible venue. Go to Santa Clarita. First of all, it's a beautiful mall. He's got a beautiful venue. Go to Agora. They all look similar. He's building one in Montclair, probably finished by now. If this Performing Arts Center needs a shot in the arm, and I'm going to make a prediction, if this man cannot make it profitable and make it grow and make it shine and put this city back on the map, nobody can. I've seen what he can do. Incredible venues. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to think of the date. Michael McDonald is going to be in Agora with my sons. They're going to be performing there for a fundraiser. I would suggest if you haven't been there, go see what this man can do. He has dining, concerts, he's got Ambrosia, he's got world-known bands that come to his venue. Think about it. Michael McDonald here, the Doobie Brothers, Ambrosia. I have pictures of them. I met them. I'm not bragging. This is a fact, and I can back it up. I have videos of his venues on my YouTube under Michael Velasquez. 80 videos, his concerts, the bands, Aspen, Ambrosia, Berlin. I could go on and on and on. So I would definitely encourage you to work with him. But I would also caution you to not put yourself in the predicament that we're in today. For example, the theater. You don't want to put yourself in the predicament where you're going to lose money instead of making money. You don't want to be subsidizing anybody anymore. This is why we're in the rut that we're in. You have to work out. I'm a contract negotiator by nature, the Teamsters, 30 years. When you draft that contract, I wish I had a copy of that. When you draft that contract, you want to make sure you understand what you're getting. But at this point, what I've seen already, unless I hear a read different in the agreement, support this man. It's a win-win.
Thank you very much. And the last speaker, Jack Villa, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jack Villa. I am the chair to Hobson Park East. That is the home of the Performing Arts Center, and also the INCO chair. And I spoke before about the success of the PAC and that the effect on the neighborhood. I'm here to speak on the effect of the neighborhood. I congratulate Mr. Sterling and all his venues. He does. I've been to a few of his venues, and they're very nice venues. And I want him to succeed in Oxnard as well. If Councilman Perillo will know, remember about 18 months ago, I took them on a tour of the park that's adjacent to the Performing Arts Center. It wasn't pretty. I want Mr. Sterling to succeed. The city's got to help in maintaining that park in order for him to succeed to its to its potential. And I believe it can be done. With a little help from the city in straightening out that park, I don't want to see it like it was 18 months ago when I took Mr. Perello out there. The residents in my neighborhood want this venue to succeed. I want to see all the arts here in the venue, and I think it's important for not only the neighborhood but for the whole city. I was born and raised in Oxnard, and I remember when that facility was being built, and I used to run through the construction of that theater when I was a kid. And you can't do that anymore. They have fences around. But back then, you know, and I remember what a success the PAC was back then. And it can happen again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to council member comments. And just so that I don't forget, we have Mayor Pro Tem. And I want to start with her. Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, thank you very much, and I want to thank everybody for coming out. This has been an ongoing issue for our city, for our public, for the board members, and I am glad we finally have gotten, I think, a workable solution. But I do have some questions that I want to ask that were posed to me by community members. I realize that, Mr. Sterling, I'm sorry I can't be there to see you and talk to you, but I do want to acknowledge that you're a business person. You're not in the government business or the free services business, so I realize you have to make this work for you financially, so I'm very clear on that. Some of the questions are, what would your relationship be with the board? Or can someone answer that, maybe Terrell? If not, Mr. Sterling. I hope you heard my question.
The board originally, we had talked and we partnered, and they were going to operate and I was going to book. And then over the course of time, I realized that the best way to go moving forward to getting this so that it isn't a burden on anybody anymore was for me to just go into the booking, and then I am going to work with the board, and they are going to operate the community center, I guess, and the rent that we are deriving from the theater will go directly to the city, and the rents we're deriving from the community center will be split equally between the city and the board, which will enable them to stay operational and get them to promote, so that the goal would be to get them to be able to step up and help sponsor entertainment for the other side, for the theater. Does that answer it?
That does, thank you. So I do look forward and hope that you can work with our current board. They're very enthusiastic and want to see the center survive and do well. I look forward to coming to as many of the events that you can organize. But I do also want to ask, I have been saying for a long time, we note that when there are Latino shows that cater to our Spanish-speaking community, they're generally sold out, from my experience. And I'm hoping that you include a number of those events so you can succeed with our Latino shows. Do you have any plans to do that?
Yeah, the Latino show market is huge, and we have actually two venues, well, basically three venues. We have a 2,000-seater at the Saban Theater in Beverly Hills, that does a lot of Latino. And we have Montclair, which is a 1,300-seat venue in the Inland Empire that, you know, and it's, I can give you examples, like we have Tierra Mahalo performing at both of the venues. We just offered out Little Joe and Familia to play at both venues, and owning 2 or 3 venues enables us to put packages together to get people to tour in our area. So the Latino market is pretty huge in.
Yes, it is, and I've traveled to Santa Barbara and to Canada and LA to see shows. I want to recommend one, and Pepe, I'd love to. That's just my personal interest. But the other thing I wanted to ask, perhaps Terrell and maybe city manager, is the capital improvement budget. There is none in this recommendation. I know we've got to find the money somewhere. So can one of you comment on that? Thank you, Mr. Sterling.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, if you look at what we're proposing in 104 shows and what the goal is of Sterling, there is a capital improvement and there is money there for that. And I believe it is $118,000, a little over $118,000.
Well, considering some of the challenges the structure has, that's probably not as much as we need. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I'm looking here at the parliamentarian.
I didn't push the button. I just
Okay. Okay. Why don't we just do this? I wanted to just go all the way to the end and actually start with Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have no real questions, just a couple of comments. Hopefully, you know, this is something that works out for the city, for the residents. A couple of months ago, we were very close, on the verge of actually closing the PAC. So a couple months later, you know, this is great to see. I have been to the Canyon Club. I went there probably the first time maybe 14 years ago, so I know that it's properly run. It's great company, so I have nothing but to wish you nothing but the best. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you. I'm really happy that we're able to keep the PAC open, but I do have a few questions. One of the speakers spoke about the prices, and I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, we used to have a nonprofit discount, and I know Sterling's going to be managing this. Is that something that is still possible?
So, Councilwoman Basua, City Council, currently right now the rates that we have are the approved rates from 2018. And as you heard, we did have some concern by some of the members of the public. And that's why we actually have the nonprofit board involved with Mr. Sterling. If the rates are not working for the public, it's up to them to approach us. We take those revised rates, we bring them to you for justification and approval, and you will have the opportunity to change the rates if you should desire.
Okay, thank you. I hope the public and everybody that had questions in regards to that heard Mr. Terrell. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to make comments, and I figured I better ask our attorney first. I think I live within 1,000 feet of this location. Is that going to be a conflict?
Well, I don't know what your distance is, but as you know, the real property conflict rule changed somewhat recently to create a gray zone between 1,000 feet and 500 feet from an official's real property interest. So without having some further analysis, I couldn't tell you for sure.
I've been in the gray zone most of my life, but that's another story. I think I will defer, Mr. Mayor, and stay on the safe side. Just say I potentially have a conflict, and I'm not going to vote on this.
Okay, so then you should not participate and leave the room, please.
Can I go home?
You can't go home,
Oh.
but
Thank you very much, Councilman Perillo.
Thank you very much for the presentation. There's a statement, the closer you are to the executioner's sword, the more you're inclined to act. And I think this is a good example. I want to thank some of the members of the public that spoke. I want to thank Mr. Jack Villa, the chair of the neighborhood at that area and the chair of all the neighborhoods, because he's absolutely right. He took me through the park, and ladies and gentlemen, it was not pretty. You can imagine. I hope you can imagine. And that's, hopefully it is improved. And if the city can assist, as well as the neighborhoods, and that neighborhood specifically assisted in cleanups, and people have cleaned up, to make sure this gentleman has an opportunity to make success. I want to compliment Mr. Velasquez, because Mr. Velasquez brought up a point that I hope that my Mayor Pro Tem will engage with me on this. If we, to put it bluntly, if we start picking winners and losers of the nonprofits, we'll give a break to this one because they asked or because we have friends on it. What do we do for every other nonprofit in the city of Oxnard? I served on this board, and it was very interesting to find out why the board was in the problems that it was, because we gave too many things away and we didn't charge where we should have charged. And it happened over a long period of time. I want to compliment the people that stayed on the board after the two council members, Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez and myself, left. But I hope that the Mayor Pro Tem will engage with me, because I'm sure she will recall how the previous manager, Ms. Chelsea Reynolds, pointed out rather vehemently at the last meeting how many times we had opportunities to make a lot of money on weekends, but we couldn't because they were booked for very low fees for other organizations. And we continually have people coming and asking, can we get a break? I know somebody. The city of Oxnard can't operate like that. The city of Oxnard cannot operate like that. This is an opportunity. The gentleman's talk, there was a question about, are we going to have enough Latino things there? And it was mentioned, he brought up Malo and Tierra. I recall going to a concert there, Malo, Tierra, and War, one of the best concerts I've been to in years. Louder than hell, but it was really a good concert. And the gentleman is bringing two of those groups back. It was a trip to look in the VC Reporter and see his firm and the Oxnard Convention Center. That was a trip. I was really impressed, to the board that's there and to him and the city for the work that they've done. But we can't go back. I'm not saying to break it off in people, but we can't go back. I appreciate specifically the lady with the gem and mineral. Ma'am, you've come every time. You're a credit to your organization. You're a credit to the public. But there is a price that things cost. And if we'll take for a bad example, if I'm going to request that I get a discount, let's use a number, 50% discount, should not my council member to the left ask for a 50% discount, or my council member to the right? Who is going to say yay and nay? And once the word gets out, 50% discount, I got it, why can't somebody else get it? Some other nonprofit we don't even know about. I'm not trying to be a hard guy. I'm not trying to be a bad guy. I'm not trying to hurt people. But the city of Oxnard has learned some brutal lessons about how you get into these messes. There's still a long way to go. I want this to be successful, but I'm not inclined to start giving breaks on costs. I'm sorry. I saw what happened, and I can't do that. But I'm supportive of this. The fees that were put in place, the council voted on that. The council voted on that. It wasn't somebody in the management office that came and said, I did it. And those are my comments. I wish the gentleman the very best of luck, not just for himself, but for the city of Oxnard. Mayor Pro Tem, did you find anything that I said about the...
No, if I could weigh in, I think that when we were both on the board, it was brought to our attention that many community groups depended on a discount, and the city was, at that point, seemed to be able to provide it, but then later it did look like you gaping budget deficit because of those factors, and it's not sustainable. And I think that what I would like to just say is that I think there's opportunity for fundraising here that I would like to, I personally will participate because that's really what the board should be focusing on, I think, giving more money to subsidize some of these organizations, and the organizations themselves also, we have to just deal with the reality. The city doesn't, last year in the budget discussion, if I can just go on for a moment, we had to do really painful things like cut services. We laid people off. It was just a horrible time. And we almost browned out an engine in one of our fire stations. So those are the stark choices we had to keep everything going. And we're finally, I think, on a firmer footing and hope that things are better financially. But this is where, the rubber meets the road. We have to do the right thing for the whole of the city. And I wish everybody good luck in this. It's not fun, but I think we have a path forward. Leave it there.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you. Some of my questions have already been answered as were addressed by other council members. So I do think the work that has been put into making this happen, I think at some point, or about a year ago, there was, or a little less than a year ago, there were definitely comments out there that our city manager, that possibly the city council wanted to close down the PAC, and I hope today is a moment that you recognize that we're all working really hard. Our staff is working really hard, and I think there were a lot of tough conversations that happened to get to this point. And I do look forward to seeing the PAC be a successful place for the residents of Oxnard, for the County of Ventura, and maintaining the diversity of the programming, as was mentioned by some of the speakers from the public. So thank you to everyone, and let's see some great stuff there.
Thank you very much. And just to conclude, to say that this was a difficult process is an understatement. And I think most of the concern that residents have had has primarily focused on the closure or the potential closure of the Performing Arts Center. And it has been an institution in the city of Oxnard since 1968. I've been extensively involved with the Performing Arts Center. I was even involved in 2 Cabrillo Music Theater plays, Oliver Twist and The King and I. My mom acted extensively in the Cabrillo Music Theater at the Performing Arts Center, and I've had the privilege of seeing many famous people at the Performing Arts Center and attending concerts and a lot of venues. And what I'm really excited about in particular is the fact that the Performing Arts Center is going to stay open. And I'm really excited that an individual with a lot of experience is going to assume responsibility for providing top-level entertainment. And I hear sometimes a little bit of concern in the voices of members of the public and even members of the council about, what kind of acts, what kind of shows are going to be actually provided, and are they going to meet the needs of a very diverse community? And what I'm hearing is that yes, we are going to meet the needs of this very diverse community. And after all, entertainment has many forms, and people from all over the county have come to Oxnard just to attend the Performing Arts Center, and I hope they continue to do it. The other thing that's really exciting is that the city subsidized the Performing Arts Center by the tone of almost $4 million over the past 3 years. So just for a second, $4 million went as a subsidy, probably about $1.2 million a year over the last 3 years for the Performing Arts Center. Right now, with the way it's being managed or the way it's being constituted, it is not going to cost the city, nor is it going to cost the taxpayers anything to run. And that is another wonderful thing. And finally, which I think has also been one of the more difficult aspects of this, and that is the nonprofit board. It will continue to operate out of the meeting rooms at the Performing Arts Center, and they're going to offer venues and offer services to the public. It is going to be challenging for them in the coming year or 2 years to make ends meet. But I believe with the talent that they have and the commitment of those board members that they will succeed. So this is a great announcement. And right here, I know the buzzer's about ready to ring. And I want to finally thank the city manager of the city of Oxnard, who has come and had to speak directly to the public and speak directly to the city council and speak directly to nonprofits and to everyone to say, when people say, we want the budget to be balanced. We believe in fiscal responsibility, but just don't cut my program, right? I don't know if it's like just about every other thing. We believe that we have to live within our means. Please don't cut this. When the city provided the kinds of services and the subsidies to various nonprofits and various groups as it has done over the last several years, I know, and I think people here know, that was of tremendous benefit to the community. That the community benefited from nonprofit services and nonprofit organizations that have operated out of the Performing Arts Center. But the financial and fiscal realities of this city have, largely speaking, dictated that we take a different course. And I'm hoping that this Performing Arts Board, this nonprofit organization, is going to thrive. And they are going to continue to provide that link to the community. And I have all the confidence in the world that they're going to work well with Mr. Sterling to produce those outcomes. I see that Mr. Sterling is committed to working with them. Mr. City Manager, thank you very much for your leadership and your staff that worked very hard on this. And I could name many, many people, but you preside over the organization. Earlier you were faulted for presiding over the organization, and I will congratulate you for presiding over the organization. So thank you very much. So that, ladies and gentlemen, we have then before us the following action that I read is the approval of the 5-year agreement and also the operation, maintenance, and management of the Performing Arts Center and the meeting rooms. What is the desire of the council?
Move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion, Madam City Clerk, from Councilmember Lopez, and we have a second from Councilman Perello. The vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Aye.
Councilmember Perello.
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez.
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Councilman McDonald is abstaining, and Mayor Flynn.
Aye.
So the motion carries 6-0.
Very well.
You didn't go home.
So now we'll go to the back page of the agenda on page 6. Under item 3, City Manager Department. Subject, begin the process to wean off of Measure O. Recommendation is that the City Council deliberate and provide feedback and direction on the proposed initial list of savings, reabsorptions, reductions, and cuts. And this was also reviewed by the Measure O Citizen Oversight Committee. And we'll start then with Ms. Klima.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. So as you read, this is beginning the process of weaning off of Measure O. And we are hoping that the council deliberate and provide feedback and direction on the proposed initial list of savings, reabsorptions, reductions, and cuts. We're not asking you for a grand policy decision. We just need you to give us sort of general direction on whether we're headed in the right direction regarding Measure O. So to take a step back,
In 2007, there were public discussions related to Measure O that centered around the need for a sales tax to protect, maintain, and enhance vital city services, including police, fire, recreation, and streets. And as you can see from this pie chart, the top 4 categories of funds, of expenditures related to Measure O went to those 4 uses. Furthermore, our external auditors have explained in the past 3 Measure O committee meetings, and it's available for you for your review or for public review. They've done 3 audits in a row and have determined there's been no illicit uses of Measure O funds. So the funds are being used appropriately. The concern that we have is not the appropriate or inappropriate use of Measure O funds, but the fact that we're more than halfway through Measure O, because Measure O sunsets in November 2028. And so staff recommends that we need to start planning for this sunset. Does the city have to start the process of weaning off of Measure O? No. You can decide, no, we're going to wait another year, 2 years, 5 years. But the sooner that you start, the easier this process will be. And the longer that you wait, the more drastic the different changes and reductions will have to be. So what we've done in this report is we've proposed 4 different kinds of changes to current projects that are in Measure O. So we've proposed savings, reductions, reabsorptions, and cuts. So when we say savings, what we mean is basically you've provided us with a budget for a project. That total amount is not necessary. We don't need that full amount. For example, the easiest example of these are CIP projects where the bid came in lower than we anticipated. Reductions are actually where we would like to have the money for the project. We have uses for the money, but you choose to lower the funding because we just don't have enough money, and you've decided, for example, this project needs to be reduced by 10% or however much. Reabsorptions, we use that term to define basically where we're moving a project from Measure O funding, we're moving it to the general fund funding, because we do want to preserve the project in whole or in part, but we want to slowly move that funding source to the general fund. And then cuts or eliminations are defunding entire projects or programs, which we're trying to avoid at this point. So, as I mentioned, the sunset date is November 2028. However, there is a debt payment for Fire Station 8 that exceeds that date 3 years later. That we have to continue paying through December 2031. So what that means is we've got 2 choices here. Either we have to build up some of the Measure O balance to be able to pay off that debt, or some other source of funding is going to have to pay off that debt in the 3 years where we're not bringing in Measure O revenue, but we still have to pay for it. So we worked closely with the finance department, and they helped us put together this schedule. And basically what the schedule is how much staff proposes. And again, this is at your discretion. You can choose a more rigorous schedule that comes later in time, or we can play with these numbers, but this is our recommendation for how much ought to be cut per year out of current Measure O spending to get us where we need to be, so that by the time that it sunsets in 2028, we have a fund balance. And these numbers do represent having a fund balance at the end that allows us to pay for that debt, that 3 years extra of debt. So if we follow this schedule, we'll be okay. But it's important to note that this schedule is only the correct amount if we're not adding to it one-time projects, CIP projects, whatever. So if, for example, in the upcoming budget, you all decide you'd like to fund some projects that cost $500,000 or $1 million, whatever the price tag is for that project, we need to add that to this schedule for changes. So you've got before you the spreadsheet, and hopefully you have it in your packets as well, and it's color-coded, of the first 14 changes that staff is proposing that I'd like to go through with you. And keep in mind there's sort of two categories of projects. One is one-time projects. You have funded the project. You've said, for example, for a CIP project, I don't know, it's $500,000, and it's a one-time dollar value. If we cut that, that's great. But going back to this, that's only going to impact the year where we cut that project, right? Or where we reduce that project. Then we've got some projects that are ongoing where every year we add more and more to the budget. For example, you've approved $50,000 each year. If we reduce or have savings in one of those, then you can reduce that amount for all the years going forward. Okay. So the workforce scheduling software, that was supposed to be software primarily for the police department, implemented by the technology IT department. And the idea was this was supposed to help with their scheduling. However, with the new ERP, we've got Executime software, which will also allow for scheduling. And so we think we don't need to have both of these software. We don't need both of them in place. So we recommend a one-time cut that was supposed to be $60,000. It was a one-time project. We recommend cutting that one entirely. The Police Academy this year, one time requested just under $200,000.
Excuse me just for a second.
Yes.
Councilman Perillo.
Just on this right here,
Yeah.
do we have an idea when the ERP will be in place that we can use it for the police department?
So we're looking at putting Executime in place the end of this fiscal year, so this coming summer. Now the scheduling portion may take a little bit longer.
Okay, because I think they had said it's going to take like a year or 2 years to work it into the system.
The scheduling may take through the fall or winter, yeah. But we did work with, we did work with the departments, and police did offer this one up. They did say this is one that they can live without. The Police Academy this past year's Police Academy, they requested just under $200,000 for this one academy. And they had intended to have 5 employees go through that academy. They were only able to get 3 employees, so they only expended approximately half of that amount, and we can gain a savings of $100,000. This is a one-time savings of $100,000 for that project. The Downtown Arts Hub was intended to be a new position funded wholly out of Measure O. And it was supposed to have a variety of responsibilities, but instead we have an existing staff person who's overseeing the Downtown Arts Hub, the Arts Fund, and the Cultural Arts Commission. So this was supposed to be $97,000 annually, again, not just one time, but annually, since it's an employee. And we believe that we can, and we are recommending that we cut this position entirely. There is not an employee currently in this position. In Safe Homes, Safe Families, the project budget was $575,900. The expenditures so far have been around $307,000. We have in that total amount a paralegal and half of a deputy city attorney's time that have been credited to this amount, but we believe that, you know, they're doing a lot of work that's not necessarily related to Safe Homes, Safe Families, and that this should be reabsorbed by the general fund because, again, this is not the type of work that they're doing. We're talking about approximately $115,000 annual reabsorption. In Ormond Beach, we have a project where the city received, I believe it's $50,000 annually for the enhancement, but the city expends approximately $15,000 annually on this. So the remainder can be reduced. The $35,000 can be reduced per year. Also related to Safe Homes, Safe Families, there's the tenant relocation assistance, which was a one-time $50,000 budgeted amount. However, we haven't received any requests for assistance. None have been submitted to date. And so we believe that we can do a one-time reduction of $30,000, keep $20,000 in there, and that should be sufficient for those future requests for assistance should they come in. The economic development strategy was supposed to be a one-time cost of $100,000. The plan is being prepared in-house by an existing staff person, so there's no need to bid this out to a consultant. And we'd like to reduce it by $75,000. We'd like to return to you for authorization to utilize the remaining $25,000 for some initial implementation steps that are associated with that economic development strategy, with the actual plan that's being developed. Then there's Fire Station 5 and 6. Both are in the last CIP cycle. You all approved roof replacements for those two fire stations. The bids came in much lower than anticipated, so the remainder isn't necessary. We spoke with the city engineer. She feels comfortable that she's got as much as she needs to complete the projects, both in terms of bidding and in terms of contingency and so forth. So we can, in Fire Station 5, have a one-time savings of $250,000, and in Fire Station 6, a one-time savings of $150,000. Then with respect to 5 Points property land acquisition, that was supposed to be property that the city acquires. There was $275,000 budgeted for that project to create a park. Staff doesn't feel that at this point purchasing this additional property where we're struggling to keep up with our existing parks, we don't feel this is the right time to purchase that property. I should mention all of this whole proposal went to the Measure O Citizen Oversight Committee in January 23rd so that we could get their feedback. And this 5 Points property land acquisition was the only one in which some of them had concerns and said, you know, we would like you to think about whether you ought to maybe purchase that park or come up with some sort of financing situation for that park. And then the last four changes for Thompson Park, one second, I think it's Thompson Campus and Beck Park. No, I'm sorry, for Thompson, Lathrop, and Beck Park. These three projects are completed. These were HCD grants that also had some Measure O funding. For Thompson Park, the scope of the work entailed installation of a new rubberized walking path around the perimeter of the park. This was completed. For Lathrop, installation of a new rubberized walking path, and this has been completed. And for Beck Park, installation of additional security lighting around the perimeter of the park, that has been completed. So those reductions we think we can do just because the work is done and we don't need the extra funding. With respect to Campus Park has existing infrastructure. The point of that was supposed to be to provide more water lines into, more pipelines into Campus Park. But we reviewed this with Public Works. They believe that Campus Park, first of all, already has existing infrastructure that can provide water, and there's also an existing recycled water pipeline in the park area for future irrigation. So this scope of work isn't necessary. So those are the 14 initial changes that we recommend. If you agree with us, then these will be incorporated into the budget cycle. So again, I don't need you to take a step right now to take, I don't need you to make a harsh decision right now, but I do need your feedback. If you do agree with those 14 projects, the total changes are around 1.3 million. And that includes a reduction of 247,000 in future fiscal years. The 1.3 will be implemented this fiscal year and next one. And then we've got 247 that we've cut off those initial numbers going forward, and we will need to keep coming back to you for more changes, more reductions, savings, and so forth. So the job's not done yet, but it's a start. And I'm happy to answer questions. We've also got some of the directors and so forth from the different departments that supervise these projects here.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And what we'll do here is update this. And we, Madam City Clerk, don't appear to have any speakers on this, so we'll start with Council, actually Mayor Pro Tem, so I don't forget Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I think it's really important to think ahead, and so I really do appreciate this. Ms. Klima, can you say whether or not this anticipates layoffs, reduction in positions, or reassignment?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, at this point, this does not include any layoffs.
Okay, that's good. Well, I think that it's really important to think about our future here, what we're going to do if we don't have a re-up of Measure O or something different, because we definitely have been depending on it. I think that I want to recommend to everybody to take a look again at the Budget 101 that the city manager and staff presented some months ago, where we talked about what the income was to the city, what the revenue was, what the expenses were. A lot of people pay their property tax, they pay sales tax, income tax, and feel like, well, that should be enough to cover all the things we want. But in fact, we are kind of starved for revenue to keep our infrastructure up and our city services. So that's one of the reasons I'm in Sacramento today, though. It wasn't a really good time for me to come to Sacramento, but I'm glad to be here to kind of stress the needs that we have for funding. There is money at the state level, and we just need to get our fair share. And but we also need to explain to the public what our finances are and how there isn't enough money to do everything everybody would like. And that takes people really understanding our complicated budget. It's not very simple at all to understand. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you. I think I may have missed it, but can you clarify how much is owed on the Fire Station 8, or what is the total amount?
1 second, I'll look that up.
To call her back. While Ms. Klima is looking that up, I want to reiterate that the way that fire station is structured, the city will actually own it. I think in the past people have said that, but we don't own it, we do. Thank you.
And I'll kind of go in the meantime as well. So this is something that we should be expecting to see on a yearly basis. Is okay. Just making sure that. I definitely want to note on the items that are under consideration is the Safe Homes, Safe Families program that I do want to support this, specifically this one to be reabsorbed because of its effectiveness and I think the need in the city. So that's overall my general comments. Thank you.
And Councilmember, I'll need to get back to you on that amount. I'm not clear on this.
Thank you very much. Councilman Pearl.
I appreciate the city of Oxnard taking the hard look. I mean, the money is not endless, and so this is more, again, a credit to the top management of the city of Oxnard. I have questions on the staff recommendations for community development. Two of the specific items, the Ormond Beach enhancement and the tenant relocation assistance. The safe homes, as Councilmember Lopez asked, no requests for assistance have been submitted to this date. If we reduce this, are we in any legal trouble that reduced it, and all of a sudden if more people come in and ask, and they said, well, you had X number of money and now you have less? Do we stand any liability of getting sued?
Councilmember Parlo, no, we do not. The state actually provides that the owner has to provide that relocation assistance, but when we worked this program through the community and the affordable housing advocates, they wanted a safety net in case a property owner was not forthright in coming forward with that. So this will provide the cushion that we would need to provide that assistance while we then go recollect or go collect the funding from the owner who would need to pay us that money back.
Okay, and then the last question is the Ormond Beach enhancement. The project budget is 146, the cumulative expenditures 98, the proposed change 35, and yet in the description of changes it says the city expends approximately $15,000 annually on this, so the remainder can be reduced. If we're only spending 15 out of the amounts that are previously stated, where's the rest of the money going? I may be reading it wrong, but
So the annual was $50,000 a year. Since 2014 was the first allocation from council. So during every year, we spend some years higher, some years lower, but we look back on a track record, spend around $15,000 a year, mainly for maintenance items related to the trailer that's down in the area and some utilities and that. There have been other years where we've spent more than 15, where we replaced some signage, replaced some gates, and did some other activities. But when we look at kind of the bare basics of what we need to spend down there to keep the things going, we're comfortable with $15,000 a year.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman McDonald.
Thank you for the report. And my comments will apply to everything except Campus Park because I have a conflict. And I don't have much comments about that anyway. My only concern is on the public safety side, and I appreciate public safety saying we were able to save some money, you can have it back. That's good on both sides of that aspect. But I want to make sure that we don't make that a permanent imposition, and that when we need to hire public safety people or get them trained, that they still have the ability to do so. And public safety is a unique animal on both police and the fire side, in that from the day you decide you're going to hire someone to the testing, the background, the training, and getting a fully functional person out there, it can be anywhere from 18 to 24 months by the time they go through all that effort. So if we make it a habit to keep pushing back hiring, that puts us farther behind the 8 ball, and I don't think that's a good position to be in. So I'm confident the staff will be able to create some way to work within those confines and keep us moving in terms of a robust public safety group. But I appreciate all the staff's efforts in identifying surplus money that they can reprogram, and I think you've done a good job. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Basua, please.
Thank you. I appreciate staff bringing this to us. Every month when you send the expenditures, I look specifically at Measure O, so I understand the predicament the city is in and trying to wean us off is going to be a great task, but I do have a few questions. In regards to the parks and the one-time reductions, when you come back to us with the proposed budget, there are some parks that require additional work. Is that going to impact? I know we're taking it off from this one, but, and that's fine, but next year we have additional parks that require work. I mean, is that something you guys are going to bring back?
So when we come to you with the CIP and again with the budget, we will come to you in part with items that are funded and in part with items that are not funded. And it will be your decision if you'd like to use Measure O for parks or for other projects. And if you do, then of course we'll have to reduce somewhere else, either then or in the future. Or you all can decide you're not going to touch Measure O and you're going to take it out of somewhere else. It's going to be, there's going to be some really difficult decisions.
Okay, and I'm also interested to see how much is going to be owed at the end of the 3-year for Station 8.
Let me get back to you with that figure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you. Hopefully, with the money that we possibly may be saving, are both roofs on Fire Station 5 and 6 good to go? There should be no problems. There should be no emails or concerns later that there was a leak, that something else happened, or this has been going on for X number of months or weeks and council was never aware of. And is the police department confident enough that the new scheduling software, there will be no hiccups where it might end up costing us more in the future than at the present?
So, Councilmember, the 2 fire station roofing projects, they're not completed yet, but they have gone out to bid. And based on the bids, as well as the typical contingencies and engineering costs, things like that, our city engineer gave us a dollar value that she doesn't feel she needs to exceed. That's not to say the work is done yet or, you know, all the roofs are complete, but she has a dollar value that she feels comfortable working within, and these amounts are higher than that. We budgeted higher than that because we thought the bids would come in higher. I'm hoping that answers that question. What was the other? The time scheduling for police will require us to work, you know, IT is working carefully with Tyler Munis, which is the new ERP software, and they're going to keep working with the police department to set up that scheduling software until, you know, we get it right.
Okay, I have another concern with the tenant relocation assistance. It would be a lie, and I would be doing a disservice to the residents of Oxnard to say that no one in the city lives in substandard housing. And I know, was it just maybe like a month ago that we started the Safe Home, Safe Families? So it's very hard to cut, I forgot what it is, 40% or 60% of it right off the bat if we haven't found anyone in 2 weeks. It's difficult to say this because realistically, no one here that's at the council meeting, staff or members of the public, really know the condition that many of our residents live in. And maybe if we actually took a look maybe once or twice, then we would probably have a different mindset when it comes to that particular subject. And lastly, when it comes to the debt payment, it's very hard, and I think we're saving it all towards the end, which I believe is a mistake. If we do want to finish paying it off by the sunset of Measure O, then I think we should probably try to even it out a little bit more. However, I don't think that we should even be looking at it right now, simply being, as many have stated, the economy is gone and has been very healthy for a very long time. And, a recession is coming, and I know we're going to eventually have to tighten up the belt. Even though, as many residents, a lot of economic prosperity, but, we're still nickeling and diming at this point. So with a recession or any economic downturn, then, we're going to be in a different state. So I think either we kind of have to look at that probably in a variety of different methods, being what happens if we have an economic downturn, and if not, then, I'd say we try to not have those balloon payments the last 2 to 3 years of Measure O.
So, council member, to clarify, the payments are annual, and we do, the way that this is set up, we are intending to pay them every year from now through 2031. We're not saving them toward the end per se. The concern with the last 3 years is we're not going to have any Measure O revenue coming in, and we're still going to have those debt payments. So that was why I highlighted that.
Yeah.
Right, Measure O sunsets, is it 3 or 4 years before the end?
3 years.
3 years before the end of the life of that bond to build the fire station. That's why it's the 3-year discrepancy.
Yeah, but looking at it, you have to be smart. Maybe no one over here is going to be here 2028, either up here or down there. We just can't leave the city in dire straits at that time. So, we have to look at it wholeheartedly, where we're at now and where we possibly may be a little less than a decade down the road.
Thank you. Councilman Perillo?
Management, is it, what do you see in the cards about increasing the payments?
Well, the only way to do that is to spend more money now, if you
I know,
want to do
but I
that.
mean,
But then
the
you're going to
councilman,
be asked to cut more.
okay, but the councilman brings up a good point. I mean, things, and the best point is there could be a entirely different enchilada here. I mean, it's council, staff, the members of the public. Do you have a plan B that if something looks fuzzy-wuzzy down the course, I mean, we're going to start doing some prepayments to get out from underneath so we don't hang out to dry when Measure O?
I'm going to ask.
Because the other thing is, there is a possibility that the voters may not approve an extension down the road of a sales tax.
Absolutely. I'm going to have the CFO respond, and then I'll chime in.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Kevin Riper, CFO. To finance the fire station, the city sold bonds. And it'd be we'd have to look at the bond documents, but we promised investors that we would pay them an interest rate through 2031. So whether we can prepay the bonds is a whole separate thing we'd have to look at.
Okay, thank you.
I get the point, but because we sold bonds, currently we're tied into a debt service schedule and interest rates through December 2031.
So we need to find out if we can call the bonds.
We need to find if we can call the bonds, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number one, I think it's great that we've taken a look at how Measure O money has been allocated and looking to find savings. So I appreciate the city manager and the staff starting to take a forward look in advance of 2028. There are needs that the city has that, in essence, Measure O, its original purpose was to supplement. It was to actually increase the level of service, but in effect, in many regards, it's simply it's trying to keep up with the needs and not having enough revenue. So that really is the primary challenge. But one of the things that I think is most useful which gives the council a lot more, let's just say, authority and a role in doing this is, while it's helpful that the staff has actually selected those programs and those items that can be cut from Measure O and brought back into the general fund, which is, I think, again, being proactive, I really think that when it comes to giving the council the tools to do this in a larger way would be basically evaluating the effectiveness of programs. And that's one of the goals of priority-based budgeting, is to actually evaluate the effectiveness of programs. And if a program is not effective vis-a-vis other programs, then it's potentially cut. And I think that just short of a possibility of raising additional revenue, however that's done, when we look at how dependent the general fund is and the services we provide on Measure O, I don't see any other larger way other than again, revenue enhancement. I don't see a way that the council is a path forward that the council's really going to be able to make some of the other cuts necessary to wean the city off of Measure O funding. And so I would strongly recommend that we take a look at that. And I'll end by saying to the council that the Finance and Governance Committee in our most recent contract with the auditor is in fact over several years is going to start looking at the effectiveness of departments. And I wish and I hope that if this is the way we begin that process, that instead of trying to look at the department as a whole, that we're looking at specific programs. And again, I think things can be tailored that way, but I think it's much easier for the council to kind of get its hand on a program and a program's effectiveness and potentially cutting that or even adding to that than it is looking at a department at large. And I just want to give one example, and I promised the city manager earlier I wasn't going to use this example, but I have to do it. And recently it was decided that we would try to find a more efficient way of letting members of the public know about neighborhood council meetings. Because we were printing brochures, and those brochures were being distributed formally by Citicorp, but even by the heads of neighborhoods, and they weren't having the type of effect which is trying to get people to come to neighborhood council meetings that they were intended. And so that program was greatly reduced. There are some neighborhoods I know where those brochures are still printed in very limited amounts, but that's an example of, and I wouldn't call that a program, but I would just say that if that can be translated into programs and we can better evaluate programs and the effectiveness, I think that would be the way to go. So I support the staff recommendations. I appreciate my fellow council members' support for safe homes, safe families. And I think Councilman Madrigal is correct. Because we have not had to relocate families to date, that doesn't mean we won't have to. I can go along with this now, and if we see that there's more and more of a need to do that, then I think the city manager could potentially bring this back to us and we could add money, whether from Measure O or from the general fund. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager, if we had to do that?
Yes, but I think we asked for feedback tonight and we heard it. So we'll massage this before it comes to you in the actual upcoming budget.
Thank you.
And Mayor,
Yes.
Sorry, one thing that I failed to mention in the presentation, keep in mind also that we're looking at that 2028 deadline, but if one of the citizen initiatives passes related to Measure O, then we might be looking at a much earlier deadline also for when Measure O gets terminated and when we have to sort of wean off of it at a faster rate.
Yes, and I know that Council Member Lopez has a few more comments.
Yes, one last comment. I think, and based on some of the feedback, that it would be ideal to pay off the fire station earlier. It would be ideal to be in a better position, but it would mean that we would be making much tougher decisions. And that reminded me of our budget discussion last year and how we depended on Measure O to cover some of those costs. And that's something that we're going to need to all keep in mind as we go back to the 2021 budget cycle. So just wanted to kind of point that out because as we're making these, providing feedback on this process tonight, it won't be the last time that we discuss it in this manner. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of comments. In terms to substandard housing, at one time there was a section in the Civil Code, and I believe it's still there, that says if a person is moved out of substandard housing because of the poor condition of the housing stock and is not suitable for habitation, that's the burden of the property owner to make that money, not our general fund. And they should be paying their share of that. And the same goes to the Civil Code makes it unlawful to rent a room not designed for habitation, which would be a garage, not designed for habitation. And if people are found living in garages, one, it's illegal for the person to collect rent on that structure or on that room. And two, any relocation costs should be borne by the person that violated the law. And while it would be nice for the city to help out, we really should be making the people that are flaunting the law and renting illegal structures pay their fair share to buy housing or get those people into appropriate housing. So I just want to make sure we don't overlook that.
And I really appreciate that, Councilman McDonald. And I think the intent, as I remember, about setting aside this money was to, there are times where collecting that amount of money is difficult to do so. So one would not want to have a tenant continue to live in substandard conditions while they waited on, the money being given to them to relocate them. So I agree with you 100%. This should fall exclusively on the person renting out the substandard facility. And I think every effort to make sure that they do pay that is important. So, Councilman Perla.
I'd just like to say one thing. I agree completely with Councilman McDonald. Maybe we need to have more drastic enforcement. I don't know if the city attorney has enough staff, but if there is something that we can do to put a definite impact into people that are taking advantage of other members less fortunate, in my opinion, that sets a good example for the city of Oxnard. There will be people that go, these poor people, what are you going to put them out? If we turn a blind eye to living standards that we wouldn't put animals in, it doesn't say much about us as a city. And I believe that you can find areas in the city where it's mind-blowing what's going on. I also just want to close on this one thing. There was an item earlier in the agenda, the city treasurer's thing, the deal about he could be right, he could be wrong. But the credit card services cost, if it's costing our city, he mentioned $500,000, we need to aggressively go after anything we can get, bring it in-house, and figure out how we can use it. Thank you very much. This was a good discussion.
Thank you very much. And you've received that feedback. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, just very quickly, on the issue of the relocation payment. So yes, that's correct that the law requires the property owner or the landlord to do that. I believe the reason that this city council has it as a policy to set some money aside is to provide an extra safety net. Because if someone is put out because of some code enforcement action for unlivable facilities, housing, then they could literally be out on the street while they're trying, in most instances, trying to get the landlord to actually follow the law and to pay for their relocation. And again, in most instances, if they're lucky, if they get some help from one of the legal aids. So I believe that's an expression of the city council's policy to take care of our residents. And that's one of those issues where, again, we're hearing it loud and clear that you believe that safety net is still needed. But it doesn't mean that we don't help with the enforcement piece. We certainly would, but it bridges that gap so that no family actually is put out on the street just because a property owner or landlord is not following the rules.
And I think that's a perfect explanation. I don't have a problem with that philosophy. I just want to make sure we're not missing out on recouping our money from an unscrupulous landlord. They should be made to feel the pain.
Can I?
Councilman Perla.
Yes, on that, it seems to me that I remember somewhere on the East Coast, when they found real disreputable landlords, they made them stay in the facilities that they were renting. Is that a possibility that could happen in California, or is it not? Because I think there comes a time when you send a message, and there are people that know, we have very prominent members of neighborhood councils. their neighborhoods have changed. They're aware of things that are going on in their neighborhoods, and they're concerned about saying something because of retaliation. But the people that are making the money month after month or week after week, they don't seem to be in fear of anything. And it may sound draconian, but there comes a time for that kind of stuff.
Thank you very much. And with that, we've provided feedback to the city staff, and we'll go to the last item this evening. And that's number 4 under the City Manager Department. Subject, amended MOU concerning sale of Rule 20A credits to the City of Laguna Beach. The recommendation is that the City Council, 1, adopt a resolution to enter into an amended memorandum of understanding between the City of Oxnard and the City of Laguna Beach for the sale of $3,231,245 in unallocated Southern California Edison Rule 20A credits from the city to Laguna Beach in the amount of $1,777,185 and apply one-time revenue from the proposed sale to the general fund reserve. And 2, issue a payment to Laguna Beach for the difference between the original MOU and the amended MOU in the amount of $403,998. Number 3, authorize the city manager to take whatever actions are necessary and appropriate to carry out the purpose and intent of the resolution. Mr. City Manager. Oh, sorry about that. Mr. Smith.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Council. Adam Smith, City Manager's Office. So like the Mayor said, we have an item before you tonight to adopt a resolution and an amended memo of understanding between the City of Oxnard and the City of Laguna Beach for the sale of our unallocated Southern California Edison Rule 28 credits, $3.2 million in exchange for $1.7 million, and issuing a payment to Laguna Beach for the difference between the original MOU and the amended MOU in the amount of $403,000, and authorize the city manager to take whatever actions are necessary. So back in December, I came before this body and you adopted resolution 15294, and we entered an MOU with City of Laguna Beach for the sale of our Rule 28 credits. Just a reminder, Rule 28 credits are undergrounding credits allocated to each city to underground overhead electrical utilities. As the City of Oxnard didn't have any planned projects or known projects, we elected to sell our unallocated balance to the City of Laguna Beach, which was approved on December 17th. So shortly after that action, we received the payment from Laguna Beach for the agreed to amount and deposited the proceeds into the general fund. On January 15th, 2020, representatives from Southern California Edison reached out to city staff and let us know that there was an error in SCE's calculation dating back to 2016. And that was an error of $890,000. They didn't calculate our allocation correctly for some projects that were completed along K Street and Oxnard Boulevard. And that error in calculation was carried forward every year up until this year. So once we found out, we reached out to Laguna Beach and notified them immediately of the discrepancy. Luckily, Laguna Beach is still interested in purchasing our current Rule 28 credit allotment for the same rate, which was 55 cents on the dollar. So now we're recommending that we adopt, or you adopt, a new resolution and enter into an amended MOU with the City of Laguna Beach for the transfer of our current verified 2020 Rule 28 allocation of $3.2 million at a rate for 55 cents on the dollar, same deal point as last time, for a total purchase price of $1.7 million, and to refund the difference back to Laguna Beach, and that difference is $404,000. So the recommendation is to adopt the resolution, enter into the amended MOU, issue the payment back to Laguna Beach in the amount of $404,000, and authorize the city manager to take whatever actions are necessary to effectuate that transfer. And with that, if you have any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and there are no speaker cards, Madam City Clerk, and so we'll go ahead and ask any member of the council if they'd like to speak on this item. Councilman Perillo? That's all right.
Thank you, Councilman. Number one, I find some humor in this item. Mr. Smith, thank you very much for the work you've done. You've come to our attention recently a couple of times. Thank you very much. And the city staff. But people make, and Mr. Riper, I'm glad you're here. People make accusations about, and I have in the past, about the city of Oxnard and numbers and how people make mistakes. This is Southern California Edison. They didn't know 2015, 2016, something was wrong. This entity is huge compared to the city of Oxnard. I think the residents of Oxnard should be very proud of what's going on with the city of Oxnard's finances. If they watched the last Finance and Governance Committee, Mr. Riper and Ms. Ventura gave a presentation. It is amazing, the turnaround that's been going on. And I support this, but it's kind of neat to see that somebody else who possibly thinks they're a big shot can really stumble. Nobody's infallible. And appreciate the other part is the class. From reading the document, from reading what you presented, you didn't wait for somebody else to rat us out to them. You called them. Our city called Laguna Beach right off the bat to tell them what's going on. That's a classy thing. That says a lot about the people working for Oxnard. I support this action, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any additional, Councilmember Lopez? Oh, did you accidentally push it? Mayor Pro Tem, just to make double sure.
No, I support this. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right. Madam City Clerk, we have a motion by Councilman McDonald, and I'm going to go ahead and give this to Councilwoman Basula on the second, although it was a close tie there.
Councilmember Perillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Mayor Flynn?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez?
Aye.
Councilwoman Basula?
Aye.
Councilman McDonald?
Aye.
The motion carries 7-0.
This meeting is adjourned.